have to say, point of personal privilege, having played here in the Houston area for as long as I did, seeing all these names brings back really bad memories of bowling to some of these gentlemen. Mike Bacta, left-handed, all-rounder, features heavily with the bat and with the ball. Humayun Bashir will be bowling now to the left-handed Mike Bacta, and Humayun Bashir swinging the ball conventionally. So he will swing it into the left-handed batter, Mike Bacta. And in fact, both of these opening bowlers are bowling exactly from the sides that they need to bowl, from the ends that from which they need to bowl, given the way that they swing it. There's a slight wind. The wind has died down a little bit, but it's coming in across the field, essentially blowing from west to east. Make that east to west. So it is going to be blowing in the direction of Humayun Bashir's swing, so it will assist him swinging the ball into the left-hander. And he bowls around the wicket now to back to, fizzing past the outside edge. Back to late on that shot. And Humayun Bashir always looks to be one of the more threatening bowlers around, and once again you see him taking a wicket here. And that is evidence that that ball is swinging because there's now two slips in position. But more importantly, you see how that ball behaved when it pitched. It absolutely jumped off of a length, a very awkward bounce. which generally will mean that this pitch, even though we're scheduled for 90 overs worth of cricket, is already misbehaving in the sixth over. And that's not something that you want to see happen. Back to working this one to square leg. Quick single taken. Boy, that's going to be something to pay attention to, because that ball pitched right on a good length, exactly around the length that you'd want to be bowling as a swing bowler. But it ballooned up in the air off of that length and surprised back to he and Rafikazi coming down and having a good look at that spot on the wicket. So it's going to be tricky to see exactly how these batters are going to maneuver and handle the types of deliveries that you'd expect when a pitch is misbehaving. Very full, clip to square leg, no run. Rafikazi remains on 0 now from 16 deliveries. Conditions are not very easy for batting. I mentioned how the pitch is sort of misbehaving. Then it's very humid right here in the Houston area, always very humid. So that definitely aids the swing bowlers. And then obviously with all the rain around for the last few days, it certainly is the case that the outfield itself is wet. So all of that, I think, adds up to tricky conditions for the batting side. Short of length, and Rafikazi finally gets off the mark. Quick throw into the keeper's end. So after 17 deliveries, make that 18 deliveries, Rafikazi finally has a run against his name. So just 2 balls remaining here in the 6th. And once again, watch the field again. So you expect to see them strengthen the offside field for the left-handed batter, because that ball is swinging across and away from him. There's now 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, and sort of a short third. And this one goes down the leg side. So I like the idea about attacking, but if the line isn't right, then that takes away the entire opportunity to threaten the batter. Second wide, make that 3 wides total, because one of those wides went for 2 additional runs. Again going down the leg side, and again a wide. So Mohsin Khan just losing the line just a little bit here. Still 2 balls remaining here in the 6th. Mohsin Khan now conceding 14 runs from his 2 overs and 4 balls. Very full, in fact, a low full toss driven by Bakhta into the covers, make that extra cover, and he's a little upset with himself that he didn't get better utility out of that shot, because had it been placed to either side of that fielder in the covers, he may not have gotten all the way to the boundary for 4, but you'd have at least had a couple of runs there. Oh, wrapping him on the pad, appeal for LBW and not given. And in fact, they go through for a couple of runs. Watch the umpire for the signal here. No signal. So apparently that was an inside edge onto the boot that trickled away for a couple of runs. Kind of fortuitous. But you'll take those runs if you're Bakhta. You're now 6 from 7. Rafikazi 1 from 18. After 6, the score is 20-1. For 1, Humayun Bashir, 3 overs, has taken the only wicket to fall so far. and only conceded 4 runs. Typical sort of Humayun Bashir spell. Very economical, very frugal, and a wicket taken to boot. And here he is again now bowling to Rafi Kazi. Kazi looking to go big, driving it into the ground, and spectators catching the covers for no run. Rafi Kazi featured heavily in, as did many of these players, in the tournament recently played in South Africa, the World Cup. Oh, good delivery, quick and accurate on leg stump, short of a length, but Rafi Kazi equal to the task and defending that one, and they run through for a quick single. Rafi Kazi in that side to South Africa. Maybe later on we can get some figures and see how they did there. Generally, the USA team did very well, playing against obviously very high-level talent such as the South Africans, the Australians, the English, the type of talent that you'd expect in the World Cup. Even though it is over 50s, there's still tremendous amount of talent, and the team all did very well. Oh, crashed in the air and caught. What a catch. A little bit of width offered, and Mike Bachter doing exactly what you'd expect him to do, throwing the bat at that one, but it flew directly in the covers, and it is caught. A sharp catch taken there. I believe that's Vishal Sharma. Looking at the replay, outside off, width, and it hammered, and see the reaction by Mike Bachter. He knows that he nailed that one. Any other day that's in the gap and running away to the boundary, but today it finds the hands of that fielder. Once again, waiting for confirmation on exactly who that would be. I believe to the naked eye it looked like it was Vishal Sharma, but doesn't matter as far as Mike Bachter is concerned. But he unfortunately has to walk back with only 6 runs against his name, and Humayun Bashir takes another wicket. Main bowler so far of the two, very difficult to score off of, and has already taken 2 wickets. 2 for 5 are his figures, and after 3 balls into the 3rd or into the 7th over, the score is 21 for 2. So the decision made by the Dallas Stallions to insert the South Panthers into bat appears to be paying dividends. Panthers not able to get the ball off the square, only scoring at the rate of 3.23 runs and over. And then on top of that, 2 wickets have fallen. Mike Bachter, the last one to be dismissed, caught at backward point, and in fact that was Vishal Sharma who took that catch. So a spectacular catch taken very low, probably 6 inches off the ground, and once again Bachter would think on any other day that ball would have raced away through backward point for 4, but he just happens to find Sharma here. Humayun Bashir once again in among the wickets. This is Jam Niaz Ali. Jam again. These are names that will always be part of my nightmares. Jam, one of the more difficult batters to ever bowl to. And even we're at the over 50 mark, but he's still a very dangerous batter and a tremendous hitter of the ball. Anything in the arc will travel, regardless of who the bowler is. But Humayun Bashir is not easy to score off of. Half a second there thinking about trying to steal a single, but that was not on. So just 1 ball remaining here in the 7th. Humayun Bashir 1 delivery away from completing his 4th over, has only conceded 5 runs, and has 2 wickets against his name. So he's doing exactly what you'd expect him to do as a tremendous opening bowler. Here's that last ball. And it is defended into the covers. A successful over by Humayun Bashir. You may not be able to hear it, but I can hear applause from the dugout area as Humayun Bashir continues a great spell. 4 overs bowled and 2 for 5 are his figures. At the end of 7, the score is 21 for 2. "21 for 2, Mohsin Khan with the ball in hand, about to start his 4th over from the Pearland end, and he is bowling to Rafikazi. Rafikazi 2 from 20. And stroking it to mid-on for no run. So very tough sledding for the South Panthers. Finding it difficult not only to get the ball off the square, but you get the sense that they're struggling with sort of getting control of the conditions. Oh, good delivery, and it's worked to mid-wicket. That is a good shot under the circumstances. That is a great piece of cricket by Rafikazi. Yorker length swinging into him, but he clipped it away through mid-wicket for a couple. So once again, you'd expect that somebody like a Rafikazi would be able to capitalize on any scoring opportunities. And that was not a bad ball by any means. But I'm telling you that it ends up being something very tricky to score off of. It takes a batter of the quality of Rafikazi to get a good ball and then be able to score runs off of it. So 3 deliveries halfway through the 8th over. And Mohsin Khan, 3.3 overs so far, none for 18. Here he is again. Short of a length, pushed right back to the bowler. Fields in his follow through for no run. And boy, you're going to want to make sure, if you have the experience of Rafikazi, to not get to the point where you're completely tied down. That run rate is now 3. They'll want to fix that as soon as possible. That's a good looking shot, played into the offside. Piece of fielding there. Tell you what, that fielder using his feet to stop that one, and didn't stop it cleanly. That's Suhas Naik, the captain. And that afforded the opportunity for these two to run through and sneak a single. So the pressure is well and truly on, but one of the ways of relieving that pressure is to be able to pick up quick singles. And to the extent that the opportunity is there to get singles, then you have to take advantage of them. So these two are going to want to make sure that they capitalize on those opportunities present themselves. Here's the last ball. Oh, half-hearted appeal for LBW. I think Mohsin Khan thought that one snuck through and wrapped the pad, but I think that was just defended well by Jam Niaz Ali. That is the end of 8. The score is 24 for 2. Humayun Bashir, 2 for 5 from 4 overs, and he continues here. And that's crashed in the air, and in fact, that was my fault. That was actually a spectator's catch. And goes to extra cover for no run. Rafikazi now 5 from 26. Make that 27. No, 26. And that overall run rate now down to 2.94. And it may be time to start looking at projected scores. This is worked to square leg. They should get at least one. And in fact, that is all they'll get. More than anything else, Humayun Bashir is a very, very accurate bowler, and he tends to be very difficult to score off of. Had the pleasure of being able to cover the team on their Barbados trip last November, and all of his spells that he bowled on that trip were exactly like this one. And even though that's a fumble that leads to a single, most of his deliveries are right on that channel, in that channel to the left, to the right handers outside off stump. And it's really hard to score off of him under those circumstances. And so far, even though, again, that was a bit of a fumble that led to a run, he is still doing exactly what you need for him to do, and that's defended by Rafikazi. Only 2 balls remaining now into his 5th over. We're playing a 45 over match, so each bowler can bowl a maximum of 9 overs. You're limited, of course, as a bowler to 1/5 the total number of overs to be bowled in a match. And Humayun Bashir almost halfway through his spell. Once again, defended nicely into the offside. Rafikazi now 6 from 28. Last ball remaining here in the 8th. And Rafikazi seeming to have accepted the responsibility of batting as long as he can. You have not seen yet any rash shots. And of course, there is the reality that the pitch has played a couple tricks so far. This one fizzing through outside the off stump, goes through safely to wicket keeper Imran Ashraf. And that is the end of 9. After 9, the score is 26 for 2. So we have our first bowling change of the day. Mohsin Khan, after 4 overs, after 4 overs, has given way to the man, let's call him the self-styled King Willie, William Salmon. Mohsin Khan, 4 overs, none for 19. And William Salmon, originally from the UK, has made his living in the Dallas area now for a number of decades. Is a well-rounded professional, not only a commentator, player, umpire, but just an all-round good person. He's now being asked to keep the pressure on. Jam Niaz Ali is up on strike. He has only scored 1 run from 5. And ball facing up to William Salmon. First delivery defended in the offside. Jam, for me, is the one of the two batters at the wicket right now to be more aggressive. I'm expecting that he'll take maybe a few deliveries to see what is being offered by William Salmon. And this next delivery, defended into the offside, make that the leg side for no run. But at some point, I'm going to expect that the pressure that is being built, and there's definitely pressure being built because the overall run rate is now 2.79, will mean that each of these batters is going to feel the need to look for more runs. This is glanced down the leg side for a single. Half a thought about going for a second run, but that would have never been on. So the first run conceded by William Salmon, and that brings Rafikazi back on strike. Rafikazi striking it exactly at a .2 strike rate, a 20 strike rate. 6 from 30 balls faced. Jam Ali facing or striking it at 25%, 2 from 8. Oh, look what that ball did. Again, off of a decent length, but absolutely jumping up off of the pitch. And you see the reaction there by Rafikazi. Hopefully we can get a replay of that, because that ball absolutely jumping off of a good length. See again Rafikazi just tapping the pitch on that exact spot. And now it's drawing some additional attention, because you see, maybe you might be able to see just to the right of your screen a little bit of discoloration on the in terms of what your picture shows, but I think that's a bit of a dent, and a couple of times that the ball has found that dent, it has misbehaved. Full toss this time, work down to square leg for a single. There's a fielder in the deep, a couple of fielders outside the circle now, and again you can still have up to 3, and in fact there are 3 outside the circle. There's a deep mid wicket, there is a long on, and there is a long off about halfway to the boundary. So those are the ones who are outside the circle. You're allowed up to 3. And the last ball of the 10th over is worked into the offside for no run. So worrying signs if you are the Panthers, because the pitch is acting up and you're being tied down by good accurate bowling. So some work to do here for the South Panthers. After 10, the score is 28 for 2. Double bowling change, as this is Donald Budu bowling from the Massey Ranch Road end, and this first delivery is worked through the offside. Couple of runs to Rafikazi, who now moves up to 9 from 33. Donald Budu, right arm, bowling over the wicket. And bowling seam up, not very quick, but what he's going to be wanting to do is just sort of limit the damage, any potential damage that could be experienced, because Rafikazi 9 from 33 now. Hopefully for him, looking forward to cutting loose. And this is defended back down the wicket. No run. So after a good tight opening spell by both Humayun Bashir and maybe to a lesser extent Mohsin Khan, two change bowlers are on. Donald Budu, right arm over the wicket. Full, and oh my goodness, looking to whip that one away through the leg side. And that sneaks through. Luckily for Rafikazi, that one wasn't exactly on the stumps, because that could very much have been, could have led to his dismissal. And you get the sense that this is a battle that both of these batters are in. Particularly Rafikazi, who's been there for 35 deliveries, and this is defended into the offside. Rafikazi now 25% strike rate, 9 from 36. Jam Ali slightly less, 22% strike rate, 2 from 9. And we're into the 11th over. So it may be time to start looking at projected scores. This is struck in the air, landing just short of the fielder at mid-off. So as of right now, the scoring rate is exactly 2.77. At this scoring rate, that projects to a score of 125. I suspect that you'll want much more than that if you're the Panthers. This is clipped to square leg. Should at least be 2 coming back. No, they choose not to. And then, yep, Rafikazi retreating to the bowler's end after you just got that 1 run. You'd think that there might have been 2 runs there, but choosing to not take the risks. And I don't know that I blame them. So that is the end of 11. After 11, the score is 31 for 2. (31 for 2), 11 bowled. Donald Badu's first over going for 3. And William Salmon, a.k.a. King Willie, is about to bowl his second over. Again, this is Brian Walters. I'm happy to be with you for the next several hours. And this should be a single, worked down to mid-on. Mid-on coming around and retrieving that one, but can't stop the single. So I mentioned I'd be here for the next several hours. Well, I happen to be here, obviously, being on commentary by myself, and that ends up being extremely difficult. And so if you are online watching on YouTube, this is whipped behind square. That should be a boundary, a welcome boundary, and it does get to the boundary now. That is Jam Ali, 6 now from 10. As just a little too straight by William Salmon and just worked away behind square. Just look at the quick pivot right there. Jam Ali quick onto the back foot and working that one away. You absolutely welcome the opportunity to score some runs if you are the South Panthers. So as I was saying, I will be here for the next several hours commentating by myself. If you are watching on YouTube and my metrics say that there's about 25 people watching online, feel free to chime in, and if nothing else, help me get something to talk about. If you know anything about any of these players or anything of interest, anything of note, that will mean that I'm not just here talking by myself for 6 hours. I would sincerely appreciate it. This full delivery appears to have struck the keeper, Imran Ashraf, on the ankle. That may have just missed his pad. And unfortunately for him, he appears to be limping just a little bit. And in fact, he needs some attention, because if you've never had that happen, I can tell you that it is a very, very painful injury. And you see now that they're requesting additional assistance. That's never going to be something as comfortable, because just looking at what happened, the ball was very full, outside off, and as keepers sometimes do to those full Yorker length deliveries, instead of collecting it with his gloves, he just sort of put his 2 feet together, expecting the ball to crash into the pad, but it actually missed the pad and appears to have hit him on the ankle. And that, again, if that's never happened to you, consider yourself lucky, because that is a very difficult and a very uncomfortable sort of injury to suffer. So a bit of a delay while we're attending to Imran Ashraf. And in fact, that might give us time to talk a little bit about where we are right now. 36 for 2 is the score. 3 deliveries bowled so far. The run rate is 3.18. Of 36 runs, 7 have been scored in extras, all wides. That's 19% of all the runs scored so far are in wides. There have been 2 fours hit. And to get more into some statistics, 49 dot balls. So 36% of all the deliveries in the innings so far have been dot balls. 11 singles, that constitutes about 31% of all the runs scored. 3 doubles, make that 17% of all the runs scored. And those 2 fours represent 22% of the runs scored. So I'll tell you that it's tough going for the batters. 49 dot balls will tell you that they're not taking any risks. It will also tell you that there is some difficulty in negotiating the conditions. But what you want to have happen is that you want to put yourself in the position to still be there. And I think Rafi Kazi in particular has taken the role of batting through the innings. Open the batting, and now let's ready back for the action. And this looks to be worked into the leg side for no run. King Willie with 2 more balls remaining, make that 3 more balls remaining. Apologies, 2 balls remaining here in the 4th. I was right the first time. In the 12th, rather. He has bowled 4 balls, 2 balls remaining here in his 2nd over. And you see Jam Ali getting well forward and working this one around the corner. Should be an easy 2. That's a long run by Sai Chanwaz. And just an easy 2 runs to Jam Ali. So he's been there for not nearly as much time as Rafi Kazi has, but I mentioned several minutes ago that I would expect that he would be the one who would be looking to accelerate, and I would not be surprised if that were the case. This now going down the leg side once again, another wide. So make that 8 extras so far, all of which have been wides. And still 2 deliveries away from being through the 12th over. After that, we'll just have 3 overs remaining in the first power play. Half-hearted appeal for LBW. You can see that there's great effort being taken by both of these batters, particularly Jam Ali, to reach forward and get to the pitch. Look at this front foot going all the way forward on this replay. And in fact, that struck him on the back leg, so he might have considered himself lucky there. And a very exaggerated motion by Jam Ali to make sure that everything is covered up and nothing gets through. So that's the end of a good over by William. King Willie, 2 overs, none for 11. Jam 6 from 14. Rafikazi 11 from 39. The score is 40 for 2. Forty for 2 as Donald Budu continues from the Massey Ranch Road end. Yorker length and defended into the covers and a quick single taken. That's good cricket. Recognizing the fact that that extra cover fielder is back far enough that they could, as we used to say in the old days, tip and run, just defending it into the covers and immediately taking off for that single. So Rafikazi once again finding it tough to keep going or to sort of get out of first gear, but I think he'll be the type of batter who wants to make sure that he stays there. So I certainly would not expect for him to do anything rash, and I'm expecting that he stays as long as he can, looking quizzically at the wicket every once in a while, because we've seen on a handful of occasions so far where the ball has done a little bit off of the pitch. This is struck into the covers again. Donald Badu so far bowling a good line. Everything for the most part has been in that off-stump channel. And I will tell you that under the conditions and with batting not being very easy, these two appear to have decided to buckle down and fight through it, which is what you want to see from a good batter. Defended into the onside in front of mid-wicket, a run through for another single. So that brings Rafikazi back on strike. I think I may have misspoken a second ago. That's actually Jam Niaz Ali, who is now at the non-strikers, and he's the one who just got that single. Rafikazi now 12 from 14, some 40. Jam 7 from 17. 2 balls remaining here in the 13th. Struck into the extra cover area for another dot ball. And it has to be said, of course, we're still inside the power play, so you have the option of having up to 3 fielders outside the circle. But as of right now, every single fielder on the field, with the exception of short third. Short third appears to be just outside the circle, but everyone else is inside the circle, keeping that pressure on. That's a good move by the Dallas team. And they run through for a quick single. That's good running by Rafikazi, immediately taking off. And even though that was a direct hit coming in from mid-on, that's Satyapal Chabra, the vice captain, pick up and shy at the strikers end, make that the non-strikers end. But even that quick work was not able to prevent that single. So that is a good piece of cricket all the way around. That is the end of 13. At the end of 13, the score is 43 for 2. So after 2 overs, King Willie has been rested. And the bowler replacing him from the PEARLAND end is Farhan Ahmed. So for the first time, we'll have some spin coming from that Pearland end. And even though spinners are on, everybody with the exception of deep mid-wicket is still inside the circle. Make that deep square leg. Farhan Ahmed looking now to bowl to Rafi Kazi. Rafi Kazi 13 from 42. So we'll have a little bit of leg spin here, it looks like. And this is dropped down to, let's call it a deep slip. That is Donald Badu himself, who just finished bowling his over from the Massey Ranch Road end. He's now feeling it slip as Farhan Ahmed gets into his work. Rafi Kazi, of course, taking again all the precautions necessary to make sure that they're still there. This is worked away behind square. And 2 dot balls to start with here for Farhan Ahmed. For, at least from my vantage point, appears to be bowling leg spin. It's a little tricky to see from where we are right now, but I think he's a leg spinner. And of course, having a good leg spinner into the side in the side is never a bad thing. If you're able to have that ball, if there's any turn, having it turn away from the left, from the right that's never a bad option. And of course, with the pitch playing a few tricks so far, I would not find it surprising that you've brought your spinner on to see if you can extract some additional bounce, some additional turn from this type of wicket. It appears to be breaking up as we go along. Oh, looking to go big, and it gets through him. That might have been an inside edge onto the off stump, and unfortunately for the South Panthers, Rafi Kazi, who had dropped his anchor and had been looking to stay there, unfortunately gets clean bowled, and all of a sudden things are going from bad to worse now for the South Panthers. We'll see the replay as soon as it's available. But to the naked eye, that appeared to have come back in off of the, sort of from outside off. That might have been a googly. And regardless, it's nipped back enough to take out the outside of off stump. And Rafi Kazi's long sojourn, unfortunately for him, ends with him being bowled. 13 is his score from 46 balls. He stayed there and battled as long as he could, but unfortunately for him and for the South Panthers, he is dismissed. So now that brings to the wicket side Shafiq. Shafiq all of a sudden is now going to be asked to assist in steadying the ship. Jam Ali, 7 from 17, is now the senior partner. And Syed Shafiq, who is also the keeper for the side. Syed Shafiq Ali plays his cricket in San Antonio and Austin. And in fact, for a while, he and I were both on the same club, but right now here, we'll get back to that shortly. Looking at this replay, I want to see that replay again. And just getting through a couple of technical issues while we were able to get that replay, but my goodness, you're going to want to make sure that, as I said, I wasn't surprised to see them bring a spinner on. If the pitch is playing tricks, one of the best ways to exacerbate those conditions would be to bring a spinner on. And it appears that all of a sudden, brought into the attack, Farhan Ahmed was immediately able to find success. So his 4 deliveries so far have resulted in 1 wicket fallen. And once again, this is now going to be up to Syed Shafiq Ali and Jamniaz Ali to steady the ship and to hopefully get to the point that they're getting something positive on the board. This one fizzing past the outside edge, a tentative poke by Syed Shafiq, but Luckily for him, that back foot remained grounded in the crease. Imran Ashraf quickly whipping those bails off, but no need to even appeal to the umpire. Jatin Carver standing at square leg. Just a bit of a delay. Not exactly sure what is being pointed out here by umpire Sandeep Gundalekar. Looks like we've gotten through whatever that delay was. So just one ball remaining here in the 14th. Successful over so far. And all the way forward, defending that one well by Syed Shafiq. But a successful over. Wicket maiden to start with by Farhan Hamid. And at the end of 14, the score is 43 for 3. For the 3 for 3, and I promised when I asked a couple of overs ago for comments to help me commentate for the rest of the day, I was not fishing for compliments. So my good friend Arun Vitala, thank you for your very complimentary comment. I promise I was not fishing for compliments, but it's good to know that you're listening. Arun Vitala, for those of you who don't know, is probably the person most responsible for everything that is happening on your screen today. He's the main driving force behind the Masters initiative, the second innings as they call it. Put together the infrastructure that resulted in all of these cricketers being gifted a second chance to play the sport that they love as much as they do. So Arun, thank you very much for everything that you've done to provide this opportunity for all of these players. 43 for 3, and the new bowler is Vishal Sharma. Vishal Sharma, right arm, over the wicket, 2 deliveries so far and no run scored. This is struck just to the left of mid-wicket, and that should provide the room to get a single. So 3 deliveries into his spell, and Vishal Sharma has conceded his first run. Scoreboard actually says Ishan. Information I have is that that's Vishal Sharma. We'll get that straightened out as soon as we can. But either way, Syed Shafiq now on strike. None from 2. Jamniaz Ali 8 from 20. Floated up there. That is a tempting, teasing sort of a delivery. And it's defended by Syed Shafiq into the onside for no run. So just 2 balls remaining here in the 15th. 2 balls remaining in the first power play. Tossed up and again defended. This is a good line. Bowling a really, really good line and a good length. So just asking Syed Shafiq, tempting him to go big through the offside. This is too short now, and he looks to cut this one away, but he cannot pierce that field. Good strong throw coming back into the keeper's end. That should be the end of the over. Oh, it's a no ball. Oh, missed that live. Not exactly sure why it was a no ball. That may just have been an overstep. I missed it when it happened live, but unfortunately for Vishal Sharma, Ishan Sharma, this is going to be a free hit. Looking to work this one away, and an inside edge has that ball trickled behind the keeper. Ends up not being very expensive in the end. That extra delivery only costs 1 run. And in fact, that 1 run is actually a leg by. So, could have been worse. Anytime a spinner bowls a no ball, you expect for them to throw the kitchen sink at the ball, the batters. but not able to get that one away. So after the first power play, it looks as though we're going to take a short break. 15 overs are up, another 30 to go, and the score is 46 for 3.
fear there's no one to save me. This all or nothing really got a way of driving me crazy. I need somebody to hear, somebody to know, somebody to help, somebody
Welcome back to PEARLAND. We've gotten through the first power play. First power play yielding probably less than ideal results for the South Panthers after being inserted into bat by the Dallas Stallions. They've only scored 46 runs in those first 15 overs, so going just a shade over 3 runs and over. And while 3 runs and over might be an acceptable scoring rate for test matches, it's generally below par for a limited over match, and 45 overs is what we're playing today. So 15 overs bowled and 46 runs puts us on target for somewhere around 138, and you would think that if you're the South Panthers, you'd want much more than that. The bowling has generally been good. A few extras, 10 extras total. So luckily for the South Panthers, those 22% of those runs that have scored that have been scored so far have been in extras. Without those extras, obviously they'd be much worse off. And by the way, we got some clarification from the umpires as to that last or the penultimate delivery that was bowled before the break was adjudged to have been a no ball, and I was speculating that that bowler may have overstepped, and in fact Ishant Sharma is the bowler, and umpires during the break mentioned that the reason why that was a no ball, and in fact I'll finish that thought shortly. The reason why that was a no ball was because the keeper, Imran Ashraf, actually collected the ball in front of the stumps. If you're a keeper, you have to allow the ball to pass both the batter and the stumps before you attempt to collect it. If you attempt to collect that ball before the stumps, that's a no ball. And this is lofted down the ground. That's going to be the first 4 in several deliveries. And that is well struck right down the ground. That is Syed Shafiq Ali, who's now been there for only 8 deliveries, but that is his first boundary of the day. And he was very happy to accept that ball. Really just in the slot, delivered by Farhan Hamid. And just lofted down the ground over the top of mid-on. And you'll accept that gift. That also gets the score up to 50. So that's a psychological barrier that has been passed. Bet to deliver this one. Not tossed up as much and on a better length. And just push back to the bowler for no run. So a number of different ways, obviously, for those of you who are not familiar with the sport of cricket. A number of different ways that a bowler can deliver a no ball. A no ball is an illegal delivery. And there can be several different types of no balls. A no ball where the bowler oversteps the front or the popping crease. In other words, a crease that he needs to stay behind with his front foot. If he oversteps that, that's a no ball. If your back foot is outside, either on or outside of the return crease, and that's that crease that runs parallel to the pitch, close to where he passes the stumps on the other end. If he cuts that return crease, that's also no ball. The number of fielders outside of the circle. If you have more fielders outside of the circle than you're allowed, as in right now we're in the second power play, you can have up to 4 fielders outside the circle. If you have more than that, that's a no ball. If the keeper collects the ball in front of the stumps, that's also a no ball, as you just saw here. That's the end of the over. And just to finish those thoughts about no balls, if the ball bounces more than twice before it gets to the batter, that's a no ball. If it bounces off of the pitch, in other words, misses the pitch entirely and lands, for example, where you see the AstroTurf on either side of the wicket, that's also a no ball. So just 6 of the ways that you can have a no ball. And I would think that I covered all of the possible ways that you can have a no ball. Very honestly, most of those you'll never ever see in a cricket match. And I think for the first time this year is when I've seen that no ball called because the keeper collected the ball in front of the stumps. But anyway, after all of that, that is the end of the over. This is about to be the second over bowled by Ishan. And once again, on my scorecard it says Vishal Sharma, but we're assuming it's Ishan Sharma. And this is struck into the extra cover area for no run. Just wanting to make sure that everything has been tightened up. The bowling generally has been good, but I think as we get closer towards the end of this innings, you're going to sort of see some sort of acceleration. It's not going to be, you're not going to go all guns blazing, I don't think, but you're at least going to want to see some urgency to get the scorecard ticking. In the meantime, Sharma 3 deliveries now into his second over. Conceded 3 runs so far. Short outside off, and it is hit into the cover as that throw did not go the way the cover fielder wanted it to. Sailing well and truly over the head of the keeper. Luckily for him, didn't get away too far. And in any event, I don't think he was going to prevent a second run from being scored there, or prevent a run from being scored, and then no opportunity for the second run. Once again, looking to go big through the offside. Syed Shafiq missing out that one, maybe dying as it went through. So the bounce in this wicket is relatively uneven. And once again, I think evidence of both of these batters wanting to buckle down and make sure that they did not take any risks. That is the end of the over. Just 3 runs make that 5 runs coming from it. At the end of 17, the score is 51 for 3. $51 for 3. I might have misspoken the last match, or the last over. I said 5 runs came from the last over. It's actually 5 runs that came from the last 2 overs. So 1 run from the 17th. And the score is 51 for 3. As this is Farhan Hamid, who's continuing his spell. He's now into his 3rd over. Cheeky looking late cut, and that gets by the fielder at short 3rd. Jam Niaz Ali with that little bit of a late cut. As Nasru Momin standing at short 3rd passes him to his left. You'll probably see him feature with the ball later on. Going back to the comments, Akash Chabra wanting to know whether or not this is MOOSA Stadium. And yes, Akash, this is MOOSA Stadium. MOOSA Stadium, one of 2 ICC certified stadiums here in the United States of America. The second in Lauderdale, outside of Miami, outside of Fort Lauderdale. And in fact, Akash Chabra now confirming that Vishal is in fact the bowler. So thank you very much for that, Akash. Tossed up, looking to go through the offside again, but good bowling. The cover is to Humayun Bashir. Humayun Bashir, member of the Round Rock Cricket Club in Austin, Texas. And speaking of Round Rock Cricket Club, Mr. Basit Zubair is chiming in and saying that he has not yet heard a wow from some commentator guy. Well, Basit, there has not yet been anything for me to say wow about. So when at the appropriate time I'll try to not go too crazy with that word. You always accuse me of doing that. Short, looking to pull that one, but Said Shafiq actually somehow pulling that one to mid on, allow or able to run through for a single. And that is the end of the 18th over. So another frugal over. And Bassett, I'm going to ignore that last comment. At the end of 18, the score is 53 for 3. 53 for 3. And Vishal Sharma to continue. 2 overs so far, none for 4. Bowling out to Syed Shafiq, 6 from 18. Boy, Syed Shafiq looking to accelerate. He's attempted that shot through the offside a number of times and has missed out on most of them. Now you see the response by the Dallas Stallions is to drop long off back on the boundary. In fact, long on and long off are back on the boundary because Syed Shafiq is showing signs that he is going to be more enterprising than they've been so far. Tossed up. Oh, opportunity almost for a stumping. Ball fizzing past the outside edge. Good collection there by the keeper, Imran Ashraf, but no real opportunity for the stumping. Slow through the air and in, just crashed into the covers. Quick throw to the keeper's end. Whoa, boy, somebody may have just been struck there. I was temporarily blinded by what happened at the striker's end. The reaction from the fielders around, to me, almost suggested like somebody was hit, but I think for the most part everything is okay. So they run through for a single. 55 for 3 is now the score. 3 balls remaining in the 19th. And that good tight bowling continues. That run rate has hovered around 1 run. Make that 3 runs and over. Tossed up. Jamali looking to tempt him to go big down the ground. Just 1 ball remaining at the score of 55 means that the run rate is 2.92. And this one is stroked back to the bowler. So getting through his over very quickly that time is Vishal Sharma. Good over. 3 bowled. None for 6 are his figures, but he's doing his part to keep things quiet. And once again, the noose continuing to just tighten a little bit around the necks of the Panthers. They're going to want to make sure, even with 7 wickets in hand, you're a handful of overs into the second power play. Once again, we're playing a 45 over match. So 19 overs finished. So another 26 to go. And boy, you really think that at this stage, you have to start thinking about what's a projected score going to look like. So you absolutely are not taking any risks. This is not the type of match where scoring is easy, but you have to start looking at ways of manufacturing runs. The current run rate, 2.89, gets you projected to 130. 130 might be a challenging score if it is a T20 match. I don't think a 45 over match, that type of score presents that much of a challenge. Going back to Farhan Ahmed into his second over, make that his 4th over. 1 for 6 so far, his figures. And definitely, I think, putting himself in the position where he's continuing to apply the pressure. Very tossed up. And once again, defended back to the bowler himself for no run. Syed Shafiq now 7 from 24. Jamali 11 from 27. short. And boy, looking to pull this one through mid wicket. It comes off of the outside edge. In fact, that might have been the cue edge of the bat. And squirting past the fielder at short third. Once again, that's Nasru Momin. And they run through for a single. But that one again showed evidence of misbehaving. It showed a fair amount of turn, more turn than you'd have expected from that delivery, and additional bounce. So these spinners are going to end up, I think, causing havoc in this match. Tossed up and defended into the offside for no run. Farhan Ahmed again. Pushes this one through more quickly this time. Appeal for a catch and given. Wow. Oh, apologies, Bassett. That was the first one. That was pushed through much more quickly. And that is a big wicket because that is Jam Niaz Ali, who had been settled and I think who had been looking to sort of start cutting loose. But it was pushed through more quickly, and he looked to play across the line. I want to see a replay to see exactly where that passed. I think it might have just whistled past the outside edge of the bat. And in fact, not just past the outside edge, but kissing the edge. Here we see on the replay, pushing this one through more quickly, looking to pull it, and it looks like it came off the edge onto the pad of the keeper himself, who bobbled it and then secured it, and appealing and immediately being given by umpire Sandeep Gundalekar. So that is the end of Jam Niaz Ali. Scoreboard has not yet been updated, but I believe that was Jam who was dismissed. And that is the fourth wicket down. Once again, things are going to be very difficult, or have proven to be very difficult, for the South Panthers. And yes, in fact, that was Jam Niaz Ali who has been dismissed. So 57 for 4, and that is the dismissal once again of Jam Ali, and that brings to the wicket, I believe this is Mustafa Himani. Confirm that as soon as we can. Well, he faces his first delivery, full toss. Oh, above waist height, and that signal no ball by umpire Jatin Karvir. And so when we went through all the different types of no balls that there were, we forgot to mention that one, a full toss above waist height. And that ball got to Mustafa Himani. That is, in fact, Mustafa Himani, the new batter. Got to him on the full, above waist height, and immediately signaled no ball by Jatin Karvir. So Mustafa Himani has the opportunity to get off the mark. Oh, big swipe and a miss. And in fact, that bowled him. Luckily for him, Mustafa Himani, that was a free hit. Here we see, looking on this replay, here we see, I believe this is going to be the no ball. Nope, that is the, that's the free hit delivery inside the edge onto the stumps. You hear the death rattle if you're Mustafa Himani, but of course, because it's a free hit, there is no wicket. You're not dismissed, but you certainly did miss out on the opportunity to get some runs. So that is another successful over by Farhan Ahmed at the end of his over. Second wicket taken for him. His figures right now are 2 for 8. And the overall score for the South Panthers, 58 for 4. Vishal Sharma back into the attack, and this is stroked well through the offside. That will have the legs to get to the boundary. So Syed Shafiq has played that shot a number of times, or attempted to play that shot a number of times. This time he does make the connection, And even with the thick outfield, once it got past extra cover, it was always going to run away for 4. Now, the scorecard is inaccurate because the scorecard shows Jamniaz Ali still batting, but he is back in the pavilion. That is Syed Shafiq Ali, who's at the crease. The batters are Syed Shafiq Ali and Mustafa Himani. So we should get that corrected as quickly sometime soon because Jam is being shown to score many runs, and I don't know that he will dislike his name or those runs being against his name, but in fact he is back into the pavilion. Next delivery tossed up. Oh, appeal for LBW. Very big appeal actually, but I think that time coming a long way forward was Syed Shafiq Ali. Extended all the way down and wrapped on the front pad. There you see, I think easily that would have bounced over the top. And that's a good piece of umpiring. Oh, split second, wanted to go big. And look at this, a direct hit at the non-striker's end. Might have been trouble, but they come back for a second run. And this time there's a direct hit. And that one is also not out. So a bit of activity there all of a sudden. But they end up with 2 additional runs. Akash Chabra, I think, wanting to be a second commentator, and I don't mind the attention or the additional comments. Akash Chabra seems to think that one was plumb. I would disagree with you, Akash. I think he came forward, and for me, that's bouncing over the top. It might have also been just a little bit straight. Might have just been slipping down, but either way, I think that time that umpire Jatin Carver got that call exactly right. And yes, I do agree with you. I wish that we had DRS. That is not a thing in this tournament, unfortunately. And that is a couple of additional runs and just waiting for the scoreboard to be updated. Taking a little bit of time. Not sure exactly what the issue is. But unofficially, I have the score at 66 for 4. And we'll see when the scoreboard updates. We are 21 overs into this match. So another 20 into this innings. And so another 24 overs remaining. There we go. Scoreboard does update. In fact, it still hasn't updated. It shows us being 63 for 4. And I believe it now has us at 65 for 4. Unofficially, I had 66. Let's go with 65. So that is the end of the 21st over. Farhan Ahmed back into the attack, bowling his 5th. 2 for 9 are his figures so far. And he's done a good job, I think, in keeping things tight and continuing to apply the pressure to the South Panthers. Himani looking to work this into the onside rather, for no run. Mustafa Himani, very experienced and has played a number of roles in cricket here in the Houston area for a number of years. First knew him as a cagey off spinner playing for, I believe, the Cougars in the late 1990s. Later on in his cricket career, as he sneaks through and gets a single here. Later on, he and I were part of the management of what was then the Central West region of the old USA Cricket Association. He was the regional chairman, and I happened to be the member of the board, a director that was representing this area. So tremendous skills both on and off the field. And then recently as a team owner in the Houston Premier League, has had success in that arena as well. So essentially everything that Mustafa Himani has touched in the last several years, whether on or off the field, has turned to gold. Let's call him the man with the golden touch. This one tossed up and worked behind square. Syed Shafiq looking to get his innings resumed. Things slowed down just a little bit with the dismissal of the last, or with the fall of the last wicket, Jamniaz Ali, who was caught behind. And thankfully, the scoreboard has been corrected. Now 66 for 4 with 2 balls remaining in the 22nd over. This one pushed through more quickly and looking to pull that away. Inside edge has it trickle into the leg side for no run. But I tell you, this bowling is genuinely restrictive, not allowing these batters, with only very few exceptions, not allowing them to score freely at all. Once again, looking to pull this through the onside and not able to get much from it. So that is the end of yet another good over. Scoring definitely has slowed down. And after 22 overs, the score is 66 for 4. Just about everybody who is listening right now can do that math. The run rate is 3 runs and over, and I suspect that they're going to need a lot more than that the rest of the way. So 66 for 4 after 22, almost halfway through the innings. We'll be right back. Vishal Sharma to continue. Bowling to Mustafa Himani. Played into the covers. And that is a single to start the 23rd over. So 22.1 overs bowled. That means we have another 137 balls for the innings. Looking to work this through the offside for no run. The current run rate, once again, with that dot ball, is now at 3. That puts us at 135 as a projected score. And in fact, that projected score is now under 135 because with that dot ball, the scoring rate is now down to 2.98. We'll keep watching that as we get through the next several overs, as this is a sort of a half-hearted appeal for LBW. So a single and then 3 dots. So the good bowling continues. Vishal Sharma, 2 balls remaining in his 5th, going off the back foot, but right back to the bowler himself. You cannot defeat that bowler. And once again, that pressure continues to build as both of those batters are now finding it difficult. Syed Shafiq now 15 from 40. Slow through the air, struck back in the air to the bowler himself, who almost pulled off a spectacular return catch. It was to his left. He's a right-hander, so he's going opposite-handed. If that had stuck, it would have been a spectacular catch. Here we see slow through the air, and it was over to his left. He anticipated the ball going in that exact direction, because after he released the ball as the bowler, you see him move over to his left, anticipating the ball going in that direction. He anticipated well, but just couldn't pull off the catch. But yet another tight over. So we're more than halfway through the innings. 1 run coming from that over. The last 5 have yielded only 14 runs. And at the end of 23, the score is 67 for 4. So this bowling pair is having a good long spell, as this is Farhan Hamid coming back on now for his 6th over. First ball, once again, another dot ball, and these dot balls are starting to pile up. I'll get to the number of dot balls in just a second. Push through and work down to mid-on for a single. So just looking really quickly at the number of dot balls, 102 dot balls bowled so far. 38% of all the runs that have scored in this innings, make that 38% of the deliveries that have been bowled have been dot balls. Once again, if you're not familiar with the phrase, a dot ball is a ball that does not result in any runs scored. So if you're a batting side, you want as few dot balls as possible. Obviously, you want to score. You want to have as many scoring opportunities as possible. If you're the bowling side, you want as many dot balls as possible. And this pair is doing well to continue building that sort of pressure, because generally speaking, if you're not scoring, the batting side becomes put more and more under pressure, and that's exactly what dot balls end up doing. Pulling this one now down to deep mid wicket. They may think about two, but they end up not coming back. So 2 balls remaining now into the 24th. Farhan Hamid, once again, 2 wickets taken so far, conceded 12 runs, and he's now 2 deliveries short of his 6th. So spin doing the trick so far. Very full, tossed up. In fact, ends up being a low full toss, hit right back or bowled to Himani, and he works it down to mid-on for a single. So the fielding side, again, has the ability in the second power play to have up to 4 fielders outside the circle. There's a deep mid wicket, there's a long on and a long off. So they have 3 outside the circle. So moderately aggressive field because they have 1 less outside than they're allowed. And this is defended by Syed Shafiq Ali. In front of the stumps for no run. That is 24 overs done and dusted. And the score is 70 for 4. Oh, apologies. There appears to have been an additional ball to be bowled. Worked down to long on. In fact, the scorecard also says that it was the end of the over. Don't know if the umpires might have miscounted, or maybe that was us. Either way, that is now the end of the over. And at the end of that over, the score is 71 for 4. Seven-1 for 4, and Vishal Sharma continuing. Two deliveries into his 6th over. Inside Shafiq on strike, 17 from 46. Steps away to the leg side, trying to open up that offside, but not able to pierce that offside. So 3 deliveries into this over. Make that 4 deliveries into this over has resulted in yet no runs scored. And once again, pressure continuing to build and to mount 5 dot balls now on the trot, and working very quickly here is Vishal Sharma. 1 ball remaining in his 6th. 13 runs conceded, so very effective, very, very effective bowling. Tossed up and looking big. Appeal for a leg before, and wait, he's knocked him over. My apologies, I might have missed that. Went for the big strike, not making contact, but it appears that ball knocked back the top of the off bail. And here we see on the replay, we'll be able to see exactly what happened. In fact, looking at the replay now, it appears that hit the leg bail. So tossed up and going for the big drive was Syed Shafiq Ali. And unfortunately for him, that one snuck through the gate, the off spinner turning in. And once again, from my vantage point, able now to see the replay. Tossed up, going for the big drive. And it comes off the inside edge and takes the top of the leg bail. It's the leg bail that was dismissed or that was disturbed. And that is yet another wicket that goes down. And once again, more and more trouble here for the South Panthers, because that, my friends, has just been a wicket maiden. A really lovely over bowl that time by Vishal Sharma that ends in the dismissal of the set batter. The set batter, who was Syed Shafiq Ali. He's dismissed for the score of 17 from 50. And that is the end of his day with the bat. The new batter is now Hussein Zubair. And that is the end of the over. At the end of 25, the score is 71 for 5. So Mustafa Himani all of a sudden finds himself as a senior partner. Only faced 8 balls so far, but he's now the senior partner as this good bowling spell continues. Boy, looking to work that one away on the onside. And sort of a leading edge, lobs it up into the air. They sneak through for a single, but not the most convincing single in the world that you've ever seen. And now this brings Hussein Zubair. Heard me speaking earlier to Basit Zubair in the chat. Basit, you're looking too young to be playing in Masters tournaments. In fact, I still remember you as a 14-year-old. But as of right now, Basit's father, Hussein Zubair, is at the wicket. A great all-rounder, very wily spinner, and a very capable batter. Really capable of batting anywhere in the lineup. He's now going to be asked to sort of help recover things from the number 7 position, coming forward and stroking it into the mid-wicket area for no run. Hussein Zubair once again from the Round Rock Cricket Club in Austin, Texas. A number of players from that club being represented in this match. Humayun Bashir, as I mentioned. Hussein Zubair, as that ball is defended into the offside. Standing at slip is Nasru Momin. He's also a member of that club. Not to mention yours truly, who hasn't played cricket in a few years, but very closely associated with that club. So a single to start things here in the 26th over, but then 4 consecutive dot balls. Make that 3 consecutive dot balls with 2 balls remaining here in the over. Very full. Yorker length defended back to the bowler. Hussein Zubair not able to get under that one. This is good bowling Farhan Hamid just making sure that he gets that ball right in the block hole. He's done that a couple of occasions now. Here's the last ball of the 26. Pushes this one through more quickly. Oh, hands on the top of his head, Farhan Hamid, as he thought that he'd gotten Zubair there, but Zubair equal to the task with that quicker ball. Defended into the offside for no run. That is the end of 26. 19 more overs to go, 114 balls, and the score is 72 for 5. Spin attack is continuing. This pair has bowled in tandem for several overs in a row now. So Vishal Sharma about to bowl his seventh, make that seventh, I believe. Stroke down the ground by Himani for a single. Once again, in terms of the power plays, this is the second power play passage. Second of 3. The first overs 1 through 15. The second overs 16 through 30. The third 31 through 45. And so you have another 3 overs and 5 balls remaining in the second power play. And once again, the significance of the second power play is that you can have, if you choose, up to 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. Right now there are 3 fielders outside the circle. There is a long off and there's a long on, both in from the boundary by about 15 or so yards. So about halfway between the 30-yard circle and the boundary. And then there's a deep mid-wicket. That's Humayun Bashir patrolling out at deep mid-wicket. Humayun Bashir, knowing that that deep mid-wicket area is one of Hussein Zubair's favorite scoring options. He would have seen him play shots in that direction for decades, both of them playing together for a number of years in the, as I mentioned earlier, for the Round Rock Cricket Club. And so they know each other's games very well. Next delivery, full and very, very full. In fact, Yorker length once again defended in front of the stumps. Just 1 ball remaining now in the 27th over. And scoring has dried up. My goodness. 7 runs scored in the last 5 overs. And all of a sudden, if you are the South Panthers, after being put into bat, you're going to be struggling to get to anywhere close to where you'd want to get to. That is the end of 27. 7 runs in the last 5 overs. Your scoring rate is now down to 2.7. You right now are projected to be at 122 runs. And yes, scoring is not going to be easy the rest of the day. Under the conditions, I would think a par score would probably be much lower than you'd expect for it to be for a 45 over match. Probably somewhere around 160, 170. But I don't think you're going to get anywhere near that unless you sort of try to find ways to manufacture some runs if you are the South Panthers. And now there's a new bowler. So good long spell by Farhan Hamid. He is now taking a break and taking up the bowling from the Pearland end is going to be Shafiq Khan. Shafiq, right arm bowler, and he's going to be bowling to Mustafa Himani. So Shafiq Khan is the 7th bowler who's used so far by the Dallas Stallions. And yet another spin bowler into the attack. So this is a trial by spin. I said a few overs ago that if the pitch is misbehaving, it's not a bad option to give some spinners a go. This first delivery just pushing it through a little bit. Wasn't expecting it to be that quick. But either way, even though the keeper didn't collect it cleanly, did not afford the opportunity to get any runs from it. Himani is striking it down the ground. Good work in the deep by the fielder at mid-on. Now they're coming back for a second. Long throw, not going to be in time. So Himani looking to be aggressive. Generally an aggressive player. And of course, I'm talking about the Himani I knew from 20 years ago. So this version I haven't seen play very much. But I don't anticipate that he will be very enterprising, but I think he might have the chance now to be more enterprising because that was yet another full toss, no ball. Immediately signaled by umpire Jatin Carver. And Himani works it into the offside. In fact, through the offside, they go through for a couple of runs, but more to the point, that was yet another full toss, no ball that went for 2 runs. So you get the 2 runs, you get the extra run, but now this next one is a free hit. And Himani is frustrated because once again he cannot capitalize on that free hit. Just getting a meek inside edge that trickles to mid-wicket for no run. Still 3 balls remaining now in the over. Full toss again. This one not above waist height and just work down to deep, long on for single. Himani now 10 from, make that 11 from 15. Zubair Hussain been there now for 10 deliveries, has not yet gotten off the mark. And can't get this one away either. So 1 ball remaining now in the 28th. So Shafiq Khan, his first over so far only conceded 6 runs short, and Zubair Hussain cannot beat that fielder at short mid-wicket. So first over goes for 6 runs, Shafiq Khan. So a little bit more score in that over than the last several after or before that. The last 5 have conceded 12 runs, so the scoring rate is still much less than what you'd like. But just showing signs in that last over of being able to generate some additional runs. And if you were a South Panthers fan, you want to see them continue along that same vein. That is the end of 28. Score 79 for 5. Seven to 9 for 5, and we have yet another bowler into the attack, and this is the aforementioned Nasru Momin. Nasru, longtime member of the Round Rock Cricket Club here, or not here, Round Rock Cricket Club in Austin, Texas. A number of us, again, from that club are represented here today. Slow through the air, that is played off the back foot. Himani getting that one down to deep point. Do they want a second? Yes, they do. And they'll get it pretty easily, as that was King Willie running back from point and not able to prevent them from scoring a couple of runs. This pair, I think, has the responsibility of being able to accelerate things. Looking at in the bench area, looking to see who's coming in next. It appears that the great Patrick Winchester is padded up and ready to come in next. Patrick Winchester these days, haven't seen him play much cricket in the last several years, but for my money, when he was in his heyday here in the Houston area in 2000s, the most exciting all-rounder that you'd ever see anywhere. Can bat, left-handed batter, power hitter, can have every stroke in the book. Right-handed pace bowler, genuine pace, and one of the best keepers that you'll ever see anywhere. Anyway, he's padded up to come in next. This is Hussein Zubair now, who works this one down into the deep. There's a cover sweeper, and he's able to clean things up. So just 2 balls make that 1 ball remaining here in the 29th. And once again, after 30 overs, that is the end of the second power play. And I suspect that we'll have a brief break after that. Looking to sweep this one away down the leg side. Missing out on the shot, Himani, but it was adjudged to have been a wide. Still 2 balls being signaled by umpire Jetin Carvier. And a handful of runs being scored. If you are the South Panthers, you'll take these runs any way you can get them. And this is knocked down to mid-on, make that long on. Throw coming to the top end. Almost surprising Hussein Zubair there. Didn't realize that he was going to have to hurry to get into his crease, but just 1 ball now remaining in the 29th. And a matchup that would have been a matchup that could have taken place anywhere in the Austin area, as club mates Hussein Zubair and Nasru Momin face each other for the first time, and a little bit of byplay to end things here in the 29th. So we have another 16 overs to go. The score is 85 for 5. So Nasru Momin's first over goes for 5 runs. This is now Shafiq Khan, who's going to be bowling his second over, which is the last over of the second power play. Bowling to Mustafa Himani. Himani 14 from 18. Very full. And driven right back to Shafiq Khan for no run. Next delivery. Changing things up a little bit here. Shafiq Khan doing a good job mixing pace, changing his length, changing his line. And so far, at least in the spell, looking like he's going to be difficult to score off of. Pushes this one through, and Himani looking to open his shoulders and go big. I'll tell you what, he just dives back in. He very well could have been in trouble there, looking to take off for a single. I don't think that single was ever on, and it was hit directly to that fielder in the covers. Throw coming back into the striker's end, and Himani having to dive. Here you see on the replay, goes for the big drive, takes off running, and then immediately realizes, oh no, I have to get back. And you can see their good camera work just at the last second. You see that bat sneak right in before the stumps are disturbed. So 3 dot balls to start this, the 30th over. And now this is knocked down to wide, long off for a single. So just 2 balls remaining now in the second power play. And I suspect that we'll have a short break. Oh, this is a very short ball, and it's pulled past mid-wicket. Should just be 1 run. Hussein Zubair will consider himself unlucky because that was short enough that he could have gotten more mileage out of that type of delivery than he ended up getting. So just 1 ball now remaining. And after this 1 ball, as I said, I suspect we'll have another short break. Tossed up and driven down the ground to long on. Scoring rate has picked up just a touch. Now back up to 2.93. That is the end of the 20. Make that the end of the 30th over. And I do suspect that we'll see a bit of a break. Yep, there's a signal from the umpires. So a short break. We'll take a break here in the commentators area as well. So we'll be back for the final 15 overs of the innings. For right now, signing off for the moment from the great MOOSA Stadium in Pearland, Texas, where the South Panthers, after having been put into bat by the Dallas Stallions, are 88 for 5. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the MOOSA Cricket Stadium in PEARLAND, Texas for the final 15 overs, the third power play of the first innings. South Panthers, after having been inserted to bat by the Dallas Stallions, are finding things tough. Haven't scored with any amount of frequency. Haven't been able to sort of have that free-flowing impact to the batting that they'd prefer. They're 88 for 5, and this is Nasru Momin, who's back into the attack for his second over. His first over went for 5 runs, and he will be looking to continue choking things back for the Panthers. Bowling now to Mustafa Hemani, 16 from 24, and he plays this one to extra cover. That's a good stop effectively by that fielder at extra cover. Not able to pick it up cleanly, but does enough to keep it from squeezing through. And with that single, Mustafa Hemani gets now to 17 from 25, striking it at a rate of 68%. And Zubair Hussain is now facing his fellow club member from the Round Rock Cricket Club. And the first delivery to Zubair Hussain is wide outside the off stump. Too wide for the liking of umpire Jatin Karvir. This one played into the covers for no run. So some interesting information coming up regarding the cricket that is going on here this week and what it means in the grand scheme of things. I'll get into that after this over. Very tossed up and driven down to long off. So 1 ball remaining now in the 31st over. Just waiting for that scoreboard to update. I believe that's 1 ball remaining. Oh, look at that ball. Bounce out of nowhere. And in fact, there were 2 balls remaining. So now there's just 1 ball remaining. Pitch played some tricks earlier on, but for the most part, it has been okay for the last several overs. Hemani looking to dance down the wicket. Doesn't make clean contact, but Humayun Bashir in the deep. Oh, I tell you what, had they taken off for that second run, they could have gotten there. But Hussein Zubair yelling at Mr. Hemani to get back in his crease, and probably a good thing that he did, because that initial hesitation, I think, means that any attempt at a second run could have been suicidal. So that's the end of the 31st. The score is 92 for 5. So let's get into the information that we have about what this tournament means. First of all, our sponsors are eClinical Works and iSpace. And thank you, of course, to those 2 organizations who have seen it fit to dedicate their resources towards the improvement and the betterment of cricket, specifically Masters cricket. And a bit of an announcement. In the week of June, or the 3 days of June 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, so that's just under a month away from now, the over 40s, Masters over 40s, will be playing their zonal championship right here at MOOSA Cricket Ground. Of course, this facility itself has 2 cricket grounds. There's MOOSA, the primary ground, which is where we're watching right now. That's stroked into the covers for no run, as this is Shafiq Khan, who's continuing his now 3rd over. But that tournament, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, is the over 40s, who will be playing right here at MOOSA. And once again, there's MOOSA Cricket Ground, the ground that you're currently seeing on your screen. And then just to the north of this ground, there's a second ground called Balkis, both part of this entire facility. So this stated the over 40s will be hosted June 2nd, 3rd, and 4th right here at the MOOSA Cricket facility. Games being played on the MOOSA ground and at Balkis. Also, with regard to this specific tournament, as this is short and whipped down to square leg for a single, from this tournament, there will be probables and a national side that will be selected from the performance of the players in this tournament. And the players that are selected in that side from the efforts in this tournament will have the opportunity to go to England and Wales for a foreign nation tournament in early July. So that's something exciting to look forward to. Obviously, if you're playing in this tournament, you're going to want to do the best to have your team win. But as an additional carrot, if you will, you have the opportunity, provided you do well enough in this tournament, to be part of the probables that are selected on the basis of the performance in this tournament to be able to play in that tournament in July in England and Wales. So tremendous opportunity here. A little bit of a yes-no getting back to the action on the field, but they end up stealing a single. That is the last ball of the 32nd over. So we'll get back to that in just a second. That is the end of the 32nd over. 5 runs coming from that over. At the end of 32, the score is 97 for 5. $97 for 5. Nasru moment to continue. Zubair Hussain pulls it straight to square leg and it's gone. That was played with some power by Hussein Zubair, and he pulled it but directly to Shafiq Khan, standing at square leg, standing just to the left of the umpire. And I'll tell you what, that ball was hit firmly, but a good sharp catch taken at square leg. So that brings the end to what was developing into a really productive partnership. Hussein Zubair was starting to show signs of cutting loose, but unfortunately for him and for the South Panthers, the 6th wicket goes down as really what was a long hop and could have been dispatched anywhere. Here you see Nasru Momin, actually not quite a long hop, but tossed up and pulled directly. Here we see again, here the replay, Zubair onto the back foot and pulling it, but there you see the disappointment in his face as he knows that he pulled that one right to Shafiq Khan standing at square leg. And that is the end of Hussein Zubair. So the 6th wicket goes down. Hussein Zubair scoring 5 from 21. But unfortunately for him, he is done because that is the end. That signifies the end of his innings. And so now for me, this is a really interesting appearance at the wicket. I mentioned him earlier when Patrick Winchester played regularly when he was a younger man. He was about the most devastating hitter of a cricket ball that you could see anywhere in the Houston area and beyond. Just a tremendously talented cricketer. And he's now facing up to the bane of all left-handed hitters, and I speak from experience, a good off-spinner. But Patrick Winchester with that open stance can clear any cricket ground. This will be an interesting matchup for me. Tossed up, looking to almost a half-hearted appeal. Winchester just defending that one, not really coming forward. Just a half-hearted appeal. Here we see on the replay, good work by the cameraman. This for me pitching well outside the line of leg stump. Full, very full. Stroked into the offside for no run. So Nasru Momin starting here with 3 dot balls, the first of which was a wicket. And this obviously is a very, very good opportunity. Oh, teasing him with these slow deliveries, slow, loopy, and tossed up in the air, and asking Patrick Winchester to go big. watch that man at deep mid wicket, because if Patrick goes big, that's exactly the direction that it might be headed in. Next delivery from Nasru, shortish and defended in front of the stumps for no run. In fact, Patrick himself does the fielding. And just one ball remaining here in this, the 33rd over. And very easily could be a very well bowled wicket maiden. Loopy and tossed up, and Patrick looking big. Squeezes off the outside edge and goes down to short third for a single, watching the umpire. Up, there's the signal from umpire Jatin Carvier. So it is a bye. So Patrick still remains scoreless. He has no runs against his name. And that bye to close things out in the 33rd means that 1 run conceded and 1 wicket taken. A good over by Nasru Momin. And the score is 98 for 6. So getting back to the earlier announcements that we were making about the Masters in general. We've spoken about the over 40s. We've also spoken about the fact that this tournament, the best players from this tournament will be playing in England and Wales for a 4-nation tournament in early July. As far as the over 60s are concerned, the highest level of the Masters, the national championship starts in Los Angeles, in the LA area, June 20th. That tournament will result in a national team being picked of over 60s that will be playing in a 4-nation tournament in Canada against England, Australia, Canada, and the US. So needless to say, a lot of cricket coming up in the next several days and weeks for the Masters, for the over 40s, the over 50s, and the over 60s. So tremendous work being done all the way around by the organizers to make sure that those who are interested in continuing their second innings are able to do just that. And having mentioned about where we are with regard to Masters overall, let's get back to this match. Patrick Winchester off of the mark. He's now at the non-strikers end. He's faced 6 deliveries and scored 1 run. Mustafa Himani has been there now for 31 deliveries. And he is on 20. Tossed up, full down the leg side, but you have to get that ball in front of the batters. If it goes behind the batters, for most umpires, a delivery that's heading down the leg side is going to be judged wide. And in fact, that 1 wide brings up the 100. Himani is stroking it down to deep extra cover. That long off is very wide. Very much could be considered a deep extra cover. And so another single. So the left-hand, right-hand combination is in effect. And Patrick Winchester now. Oh, it was a free hit. Oh, missed the no ball when it happened. Did not realize it. I'd love to get clarification on why that was a no ball. But once again, yet another no ball. And so you're having to bowl a free hit delivery to one of the more dangerous hitters that you'll see anywhere. Patrick looking to whip this away around the leg side and misses out on the shot. Didn't time the swing very well. And luckily for the Dallas Stallions, not much damage done. So the no balls have not cost them very much, it has to be said. Short and hammered. In fact, he appears to try to pull it. Lost sight of that ball for a split second. I was looking over square leg, which is where any delivery bowled like that to Patrick Winchester would have ended up a few years ago. Looking at the replay, looking to pull it away, but beaten for pace, it looks like. The ball wraps him on the thigh pad. Appeal for LBW, not given. So Patrick Winchester not really being able to get the ball off the square at the moment. One ball remaining here in the 34th over. And all of a sudden, the noose continues to tighten. Once again, looking to work this down the leg side. Good work by Patrick Winchester. Swinging and missing, but then catching the ball that ricocheted off of the keeper at the same time before it hit the ground. So that's pretty good work by him. An extra because it was a wide down the leg side. And that is a filthy delivery. That is a no ball. Very full, quick, and passes Patrick Winchester, probably chest height. Definitely a no ball. I'd expect for the umpires to have a conversation with Shafiq Khan because I believe that that is his second full toss above waist height. Look at this delivery on the replay. Quicker. Patrick actually had to jump to try to play that one. And definitely a free hit. The concern now for me would be whether or not this Shafiq Khan needs to keep bowling. And this is hoisted away into the deep. Hemani for the first time today cashes in on a free hit. And they get a bonus 5 runs because that last delivery should have been the end of the over. It ended up being the wide, in fact, being the no ball. They actually got an additional run, and then the free hit ball went for 4. So a flurry of activity in the last delivery. Actually 10 runs coming from that over. And for me, I believe that ends up being 108, make that 109 for 6. So check that. 11 runs coming from the over. So an expensive over. Probably the most expensive over for the entire innings. I'll double check that as soon as we can. But big picture, we're now at 109. So in the last 66 deliveries, last 66 balls to go, the scoring rate has definitely picked up. 24 runs now from the last 5 overs. And with Patrick Winchester 1 from 10 and Mustafa Hemani 25 from 33, the South Panthers are trying to inject some inertia or some momentum into what has been a really stagnant innings. But it's showing right now the makings of picking things up. With 11 overs to go, the score is 109 for 6. Nasru Momin has the ball in hand again. A slow delivery. Patrick Winchester looking to swipe this away to deep mid-wicket. I'll tell you what, there's nobody out there. In fact, he was more aiming for square leg. And there is a man at deep mid-wicket, relatively straight, but there's acres of room between deep mid-wicket and square leg. Patrick Winchester looking to play this one forward, trickling off the edge for no run. This offers scoring opportunity. There's no doubt that there are scoring opportunities there. And even in the absence of any big hits, save that one from Mustafa Hemani off the free hit of the last ball of the last over, it feels like there is a bit of a momentum switch. It feels like there's opportunities to score. And now you see Fielder going back to deep square leg, exactly where Patrick Winchester was just aiming. So Nasru Momin generally been able to keep Winchester quiet, but again, he can always break loose based on the person I know who has the history behind him that he does. That's the 3rd consecutive dot ball to start this over, though. So good bowling by Nasru Momin. Nasru 3 overs, 3.2 overs, 1 for 9. And that's another delivery that goes by without being scored off of. So Nasru Momin bowling very well. And last 2 deliveries in this over. Looping, tossed up. Patrick Winchester goes off the back foot. They should just keep this to 1. Yep, that's all they'll get. And that's good work. In the deep, that is the vice captain, Satyapal Chabra, coming across and limiting that damage to 1 run from deep long off. And now 1 ball remaining in the 35th over. So 10 overs and 1 ball to go in this match. In this innings. And the scoring rate, once again, has picked up a little bit in the last several deliveries. And so that's defended by Mustafa Himani. That is the end of the 35th over. 10 overs to go. The score is 110 for 6. Last 10 overs on the way. And this innings that started out very scratchily for the South Panthers appears to have picked up some momentum. The last 5 overs have yielded 22 runs. And the overall run rate is at 3.14. So at this rate, the score projects to 141. If you can accelerate up to 6, make that 4 runs and over from here, you can get to exactly 150. If you can get to 5 runs and over from here, you can get to 160. 6 runs and over gets you to 170. I suspect, I said much earlier that I thought this was probably a 160 or 170 pitch. I suspect that if this pair stays there for much longer, then they'll be able to go much further than that. Oh, Patrick Winchester off the back foot, working this one past the bowler. This is Farhan Hamid into his 8th over. He's bowled really well. 2 for 16 from 7.2 so far. Patrick Winchester now up to 3 from 17. Mustafa Himani 25 from 34. So Himani particularly batting well. And I suspect, as I said, if this pair stays there, even though Patrick has not yet gotten bat on ball very much in this innings and has missed out on some shots that ordinarily you'd expect to see him cash in on, he's still very dangerous and he's a hitter of the cricket ball. So if this pair stays there, both on actual productivity so far and on potential, I think you could see something resembling fireworks. And this is lofted over the head of short mid wicket. That's going to run close to the boundary, and it's in fact picked up in the deep. So they'll jog through for 2. This is no question that this is a good fight back. The momentum definitely has switched in the last couple of overs. So 11 runs coming from the 34th over. 1 run from the 35th. Good over there, but so far 3 from this, the 36th over. Make that 21 runs from the last 5. Oh, looking to go big. Just whizzing past the outside edge. So the last ball now into the 36th. After this, we have another 54 deliveries left. And 54 deliveries. We'll go through the permutations in a minute about what the potential scoring rates are and what they would result in. Himani down the ground again. In the air, a couple of bounces to long on. That should just be a single. And that is the end of the 36th over. So 4 overs coming, make that 4 runs coming from that over. And at the end of 36, the score is 114 for 6. So going really quickly through the potential scores. At the current run rate, they'll get to 143. And their current run rate is 3.17. 5 runs and over gets them to 159. 6 runs and over gets them to 168. So I would think with 4 wickets in hand, you're not going to necessarily go crazy. So 6 runs and over may just be out of reach. 5 runs and over, I think, is going to be something that they could potentially aim at. So 5 runs and over gets them in the 159, 160 range, which I think provides some opportunity for them to have something to bowl at. But right now, they're just, I think, looking to find ways to manufacture runs. This is Nasru Momin again. Oh, very full. In fact, a low full toss, but Himani cannot get it away. So we're into the last 53 deliveries of this innings. Mustafa Himani, 28 from 39. This is a good innings being played by him. Slow through the air. Working this one back to the bowler himself. Cannot get that ball past Nasru Momin. Loopy in the air and knocked down to long on. So Himani was trying to play that shot a couple times, missed it a couple times, but is able to connect on it this time. Protection out here in the deep. That's Satyapal Chabra, the vice captain, who's able to just limit the damage to 1. Really interested in seeing how well Patrick Winchester does here because, again, his reputation speaks for itself. Probably hasn't been around cricket much in the last couple of years, but the potential is there. And looking to whip this one away down the leg side, not making contact. It's half-hearted appeal for LBW. Good that we'll see a replay here. Very much tossed up, almost an inside edge onto the body, it looks like. So not sure why they're appealing for LBW. Slow full toss, lofted in the air. That might land. It does land in front of long on. And that is Mohsin Khan at long on who's able to prevent that ball from going away very far. Has to be said, those types of deliveries Patrick Winchester would eat for lunch a couple of years ago. So definitely not very many people who are playing in this game are the same cricketers that they were in their heyday, but a little bit surprising to see Patrick Winchester not being able to cash in on some of those. Anyway, so that is a dot ball. One more ball remaining now in the 37th over. No, in fact, that is the end of the over. So that is the end of 37. 3 runs coming from that over. At the end of 37, the score is 116 for 6. Make that 2 runs from the over. The score is 116 for 6. So Farhan Ahmed back into the attack. This is his last over. Bowling to Patrick Winchester. Wrapped on the pad, and he is given him from around the wicket. Spears it in toward Midland leg, it looks like. Pushing it through at pace. And Patrick Winchester late on the shot. Wrapped on the pad. And umpire Sandeep Gondalekar having a bit of a think. And then slowly raising the left index finger. So Patrick Winchester, has to be said, scratched around for a while, not able to get loose, get free, and only ends up scoring 4 from 20 deliveries faced. So he walks back. And unfortunately for the South Panthers, the 7th wicket goes down. Coming in to replace Patrick Winchester now will be Firoz Samnani. Here we see on the replay, fired in on trapping him on the back foot. Yes, to me that is dead plumb. That is hitting leg stump. And from that angle, won't be able to tell here, but Patrick goes back and gets hit right on the back foot. To me, that's crashing into middle and leg, maybe a leg. But I don't think that there's any effort or any doubt that the furniture would have been rearranged had that ball not been prevented from going in that direction by the pads. So Patrick Winchester disappears. 4 from 20 is his contribution. And with the 7th wicket having gone down, it may now be up to Mustafa Himani to make sure that something positive comes out of the remainder of this innings. So once again, the new batter is Feroz. Feroz Samnani. Just a short break while the umpires have conversation in the middle. Not sure exactly what. But Feroz Samnani will be on strike. Mustafa Himani is the non-striker. He's on 29 from 42. And Mustafa Himani with that 29 representing the highest score on the scorecard thus far in the day. And in fact, looking at the scorecard, the second highest score is extras. You don't ever want to have it be that extras are featuring that heavily for either side, because if the batting side has extras being the second highest number, it means that your batters aren't really getting off like they need to. And then if the bowlers are conceding 29 extras or 23 extras, such that that number represents the second highest score on the scorecard, it means that there's a lot to clean up. And just from observation, there's a lot to clean up, particularly with regard to no balls. No balls and wides represent the two largest areas. In fact, looking at this, 14 wides have been bowled so far, 5 no balls, 1 leg by, and 3 byes. So you certainly want to clean those up if you are the Dallas Stallions. But even with all those wides, I think you have to say that the Stallions, by a nose, are in the right position. They, to me, are dominating the match so far. 116 for 7 with most of the big batters back in the pavilion. Now we have a bit of a delay. Not exactly sure what the issue is. The umpires each have their team rosters out. So it may be some conversation about whether or not a player was in the 11. And I'll wait for them to sort all that out, because this is Captain Kuldeep Patel, who's padded up number 16 there on your screen, walking out to join the conversation. So it may well be a conversation about who is in the 11 and who is allowed to bat versus who is not. So we'll wait for them to sort all that out. Obviously, the umpires will both have to be satisfied that there was a player who was supposed to be in the 11. He would have to be, or they would have to be satisfied with that before he's allowed to continue batting. But that's just guessing on my part. Not exactly sure what the conversation is about. But whatever it is, it appears to have now been resolved. And everyone appears to be going back to where they're supposed to be. Or are they? Bit of conversation still continuing between Mustafa Himani and the keeper, Imran Ashraf. So we'll probably settle down to see exactly what that was about. But big picture, where we are, we have another 7 overs and 5 deliveries to go. We're 1 delivery into the 38th over, so another 47 deliveries remaining. And this is now Feroz, who's going to be facing the first delivery. Feroz Samnani, first delivery from Farhan Hamid. Tossed up and defended. In fact, played around the corner to short fine. Can't get any run for that. So 4 balls remaining here in what to me could very well be a match-winning type of spell by Farhan Hamid. So far, definitely been the pick of the bowlers. 3 for 19. 2 runs and over. Make that 2.3 runs and over is what he's conceded so far. Look at that delivery. Bounce and turn. fizzing past the outside edge. Has Firoz Samnani leaning forward uncomfortably. Luckily for him, his back foot still grounded in the crease. But I'll tell you what, we have a long way to go here, but things are looking to be very difficult for the South Panthers, as that's defended in front of the crease for no run. 116 for 7, and those projected scores I just mentioned really need to be revisited, because as of right now, the scoring rate is down to 3.08. So if your target is 160, then you definitely need to be somewhere around 6 runs and over. And it's not going to happen with these yes, no starts. But that is the end of the over. And I tell you what, that might have been a strategic decision by Mustafa Himani. Did not want the single off the last ball of the over, because it means that he gets to be on strike to start the next over. In fact, that wasn't the second to last ball. I believe that he should be taking up this time. They can avoid but get the single because the ball is knocked down to long on. And that is the end of the over. So a great spell, absolutely great spell, bowled by Farhan Hamid. 3 for 20 from his 9 overs. Excellent bowling. And at the end of his spell, his economy rate of 2.2 means that his side is in a really good position, holding the South Panthers to 117 for 7. The scoring rate is 3.08. And with the last 7 overs to go, I think you'll have to see the scenario where Mustafa Himani has to take the bull by the horns and see what he's able to cash in on from the remainder of these innings. And it will not be any easier, because with the ball in hand is the opening bowler, Humayun Bashir, who we mentioned earlier, is one of the better bowlers that you'll see anywhere in tournaments like this. His figures so far, 2 for 7 from 5 overs. So he ends up being one of the more difficult bowlers to score off of. And he's coming in towards the end. From what I remember about his career is that he bowls at this stage of the innings, fires those Yorkers in beautifully. So I would be looking for him to hit the base of middle stump in this spell. Generally, he gets it just short of a length. Dancing away from the right is in the top half of his spell. In other words, when he opens the bowling. But towards this end of the innings, I would not be surprised to see him bowling just Yorkers. Now, interestingly, the keeper is coming up. So it looks like he'll be bowling spin, Humayun Bashir. He is a seam bowler ordinarily, so this is an interesting move. But whether he's bowling seam or spin, I think he's a really good bowler. In fact, the only time I've seen him bowl spin, I'll say more after this delivery. In fact, he's bowling seam up from a couple of steps, and he gets right through the batter. Firoz Samnani had no answer to that delivery that fizzes through at pace, even off a short run, and knocks back the leg stump. The 8th wicket goes down. Firoz Samnani, unfortunately for him, has to walk back after having been dismissed by Humayun Bashir. I mentioned a few minutes ago that Farhan Ahmed was the pick of the bowlers so far. Well, let's not miss out on what Humayun Bashir still has to do, because he now matches Farhan Ahmed with 3 wickets, and he's gotten his 3 wickets in only 5 overs and 1 ball. So tremendous effort on his part, Humayun Bashir. Here we see on the replay. Look at this. Just off a few steps. Right in there. Absolute right up there. Not quite Yorker length. That might have actually nipped back off of the pad onto the leg stump. But either way, no answer for that delivery by Firoz Samnani. And it is now up to the captain, Kuldeep Patel, to join Mustafa Himani to hopefully try to retrieve something from this innings, because everything we were talking about a second ago about 140 and 150 and 160, all of that will be for naught if you cannot prevent Humayun Bashir from doing what he ordinarily does at this stage of the innings, which is take wickets. Started saying the only time I've seen him bowl spin in the past, well, I'll finish that thought after this ball, quicker and worked away behind square. That's Kuldeep Patel getting it away down to deep, fine leg. In fact, it goes all the way for 4. So good work by Kuldeep Patel immediately off the mark. Maybe just a touch too straight by Humayun Bashir. We'll see here on the replay. From this angle, we won't be able to tell line. In fact, here's the right angle. Yeah, definitely drifting down the leg side and just working it well. That's a good piece of batting by Kuldeep Patel. Before I forget the point, okay, the last time I saw Humayun Bashir bowl spin was when he was injured. He injured his shoulder about 10 years ago, a major injury. And so for much of that season, when I was in the side, he played as a spinner. And wrapped on the pad, thinking about it, and umpire Jatin Karveer says no. Okay, we'll be able to tell here from this replay. For me, this is maybe just drifting down. Yeah, oh yeah, that's missing everything. Completely missing everything. I'm surprised they appealed for that. Next delivery. Kuldeep going to go big and edges it onto his stumps, and he goes. The 9th wicket is down. Look at the reaction of Mustafa Himani after that wicket falls. You see him throw both arms out as to say, Captain, what are you doing? You need to give us a chance to bat through the innings. But Kuldeep Patel that time playing a big cross-batted shot, not making good contact, only edging it onto the stumps. We'll see the replay here shortly. But I tell you what, that choice of shots by Kuldeep Patel ends up with him losing his wicket because he inside edges it, make that bottom edges it onto his stumps, and the middle stump gets knocked back. And unfortunately for the South Panthers, their innings is coming to a screeching halt. 2 balls remaining here in Humayun Bashir's spell, in Humayun Bashir's 6th over. Here is the replay that we've been waiting on. If you're looking to bat through the innings, I don't know that this is the type of shot that you want to play. And it's slapped from outside off. He tries to reach this from outside off stump. And here we see slash onto the stumps. And if you saw that replay again from down the wicket, you saw the reaction of Mustafa Himani. Both arms outstretched as if to say, what are you doing, Captain? So that is the 9th wicket that goes down. The score is 121 for 9. And all of a sudden, Humayun Bashir could wrap this innings up in this over. 2 wickets already in the over. He's taken 4 for 11, 5.4 overs. So if the game continues, he still has another 3 overs to go after this one. And unfortunately, this is the last wicket Amir Khan, a gentleman who I have not seen personally in several years, reaching forward and defending this one. They thought about stealing a single there, but decided against it. Amir Khan, just one of the more brilliant swing bowlers from a time gone by here in the Houston area. I haven't seen Amir in a very long time. Oh, working this one behind square, and they'll get a single. I'm actually surprised that Mustafa Himani took a single off that ball, because it means that he will again be at the non-striker's end to start the next over. That is the end of 39. In theory, another 6 overs left. Will it go that far? We will see. But after 39, the score is 122 for 9. Well, there's no question that the Dallas Stallions smell blood in the water because they have now brought back both of their opening bowlers. Humayun Bashir coming back for his second spell, taking 2 wickets in the last over, and this is now Mohsin Khan looking to continue to apply pressure. And they do sneak a single though because Amir Khan defends this one into the offside and they get to run through for a single. And I think you want Mustafa Himani to be on strike here. 29 from 42. Even though Amir Khan has scored 2 from his 3, you want the man who has faced 42 balls so far to be the one who takes the majority of the strike the rest of the way. Looks to work it behind square, gets it to short fine. No run. And I've been saying it for a few overs now. It may be the difference between a decent target and an undercooked one might be Mustafa Himani. And you can see Mustafa Himani's shirt. The wind is picking up just a little bit now. Oh, that's a lovely looking shot. A late cut. Won't get all the way to the boundary. Should be 2 runs though. And that's a good piece of fielding. Good effort to run back and retrieve that one. That is Puratil Krishnan. 2 more runs to Mustafa Himani. He now goes into the 30s, and he will finish this innings with the highest score, at least the highest score of the batters. I don't think that extras will overtake his score either, but he's right now 31 from 44. So he almost single-handedly is keeping his team in the game so far. Here's Mohsin Khan. Full toss, knocked down the ground. Quick look at the umpire to see whether or not that would have been close to a no ball, but I don't think that there's any danger in that type of delivery, and it certainly wasn't above waist height. So Himani back at the non-striker's end as Amir Khan takes strike. Good opportunity for a run here, boy. That's Humayun Bashir coming in from mid-wicket. Tried to kick it towards the stumps football style. Not able to get that ball going towards the stumps. In fact, there's a no ball again. Another no ball. Missed it at the time. I'd love to know the reason once again. Didn't see it called immediately. But it certainly is a no ball. And here's a free hit delivery. Short, crashed into the deep. That might be close to the boundary. And it goes all the way for 4. Mustafa Himani cashing in on that free hit. He's now cashed in on 2 consecutive free hits. And all of a sudden, once again, a few more runs. You'll take all of these if you're Mustafa Himani, and gets it in the gap between deep mid-wicket and wide long on. And still 1 ball remaining in the air down to long on for another single. So very productive over. The second over in the last 8 where there's been 11 runs scored. And the score now up to 133 for 9. 5 overs to go. Once again, Mustafa Himani needs to stay where he is because he's now 37 from 47. And if Amir Khan can partner with him all the way to the end of the innings, then you may just have that score that you were looking for that I was just talking about. Current run rate is 3.33. Scoring at a run a ball from here gets you to 163, and I think that should be the target. If you're able to just continue things going, if you just want to make sure that you have scoring opportunities, that you cash them in, and then you want to also make sure that you neutralize the bowlers such as Humayun Bashir, and that will not be easy. So here we are, Humayun Bashir looking to take things the rest of the way here. He has another possibly 3 overs. Quick, wrapped on the, not wrapped on the pad. I thought he wrapped him on the pad. In fact, that was worked off the legs by Himani to short mid-wicket for no run. So we're into the last 29 balls. Once again, it's a 45 over match, and this crashed down the ground, and it's going to go all the way for 4. What an absolutely brilliant fight back here by Mustafa Himani. Humayun Bashir with the teapot, both arms akimbo. And here we see on the replay, Humayun Bashir usually bowls very full in these situations. And he plants that front foot and comes down. What a sweet swing. He'll like seeing that on the replay later on, Mustafa Himani. And Humayun Bashir, what will be his response? Slower through the air and knocked down to long on again. And so you've already gotten, if you're the South Panthers, 5 runs from this over from probably the best bowler of the day. I know I said a few overs ago that it was going to be one of the other bowlers. I said it was going to be Farhan Hamid, but Humayun Bashir, I think, has put himself back into that conversation as the best bowler on the day. So you've already gotten 5 runs off of him with 2 balls remaining. I think the objective now is just to make sure that you see the rest of these couple deliveries off, and if you can get a single off this last ball, all the better if you're Himani, because then you'll be on strike to start the next over. Slower through the air, and you do get that single. In fact, it's a wide. It was outside off and too far outside off for the liking of umpire Jatin Carver. So that should be the first wide that's been bowled by Humayun Bashir, I believe. And that brings Amir Khan back on strike. Yorker length and driven down the ground. Should just be one. That is Mohsin Khan. And that results in another productive over. 7 runs coming from that over. Before this over rather, Humayun Bashir's 6 overs that only cost 14 runs. Make that 13 runs. But he concedes 7 from this, his 7th over. And the score is now up to 141 for 9. Interestingly, they have taken off Mohsin Khan. So I thought they were going to end the bowling with their 2 strike bowlers, but apparently they are not doing that. This is Vishal Sharma, and the scoreboard is extremely inaccurate because it shows Vishal Sharma as not having bowled yet, and I know he's bowled at least 6 overs. And of course, you'll probably remember earlier that the scoreboard said Ishant Sharma, so maybe the scoreboard operator just has a few issues to clean up. Anyway, he will be Vishal Sharma bowling to Mustafa Himani. Himani 43 from 51. Ooh, knocked back over the head of the bowler. Almost mistiming his jump there. See him almost wanting to jump at that, but not really getting the elevation that he was looking for. He's not necessarily a very tall man, so that ball easily going over his head for a single. So Vishal Sharma will make sure that we get this fixed, because the scoreboard says that Ishan Sharma has bowled 7 overs, 1 for 14. If you add up the figures for Ishan Sharma and Vishal Sharma, I think you'll get the number that you're looking for. That's lofted in the air deep to mid-wicket, and it is a great stop. That is great work down there, and he saves 3 runs for his side. That is a sprint from probably 20 yards away and coming across to make sure that he prevents that ball from going for the boundary, toward the boundary. That's good work. And in fact, here's the next delivery by Sharma. Himani going in the same direction. Humayun Bashir coming in and not able to get to it. A little bit of miscommunication by those two. I think had either one of them had the opportunity to be the only one going for the catch, they may well have gotten the catch. But one coming in, I don't know. We're very far away, and plus we're in a closed booth, so I didn't hear any communication. That may have been the case where each thought the other might have disturbed or prevented him from taking the catch, but they do get another couple of runs. Struck in the air now into the offside, and they'll get at least one more. So all of a sudden, runs coming thick and fast. 146 for 9 with one ball remaining here in the 42nd. And job one, I would think, for this pair is just to keep batting the rest of the way. Oh, appeal for a catch and not given. Just a really vociferous appeal at time by the keeper. That is Imran Ashraf just begging umpire Sandeep Gundalekar to give that wicket, but he was not going to be convinced to do that. Really quickly, he received the replay, tossed up, and definitely appeal. It was a delayed appeal too by the bowler. The bowler not joining into the appeal until after he saw the appeal by the keeper, which generally is a good sign to the umpires that that was not going to be a wicket. So that is the end of 42. Another 3 to go. The South Panthers are struggling to get back into this. 146 for 9, and they absolutely are being buoyed here by the presence of Mustafa Himani. 47 from 54, and he is going to want to make sure that he at least gets to 50 and then helps push his team towards something close to 160 or so. 6 runs and over, the rest of the way takes you to 164. Do they get to that magical 160 number? 5 runs and over gets you to 161. Very quick and stroked down the ground. It should be 2 if they run. Absolutely coming back for it. Yes, that's good running. Just for a split second, Amir Khan might have hesitated, but he was being pushed for that second run by Mustafa Himani. Mustafa Himani now gets to 49. 1 run away from a really important 50, and I think this certainly has been a good fight back by him. Carried the batting. That low full toss, stroke back to Humayun Bashir for no run. Himani 49 from 56. Outside off, not given as a wide. I think Himani was looking to make sure that umpire Jatin Karvir was going to be awarding him with a wide. But according to the umpire, that was within the acceptable limits. Next delivery. And there is a 50. That is well played. You hear the applause for Mustafa Himani coming back for the second. And that is good work. Mustafa Himani, 51 from 58. Absolutely brilliant batting from him. And he does what needs to be done at the bottom end of the order, just making sure that you shepherd things all the way towards the back end of the innings. And he's batted very well so far, stroking this one this time over to deep cover. Sweeper coming in off the boundary. So just with 1 ball remaining now, 150 for 9 is the score. And you want to make sure, if you're Himani, that you just see this all the way through. Looking to cut this away, and there is going to be runs here. It's going to be 4 runs. That is a brilliant stroke. Absolutely brilliant stroke by Amir Khan. 154 for 9 after 43. And again, a brilliant fight back by this last pair. Things have been difficult, but right now they're making it look like they're putting themselves in a position to have a total that they can bowl at. 2 overs to go, 154 for 9. 154 for 9. Vishal Sharma back into the attack. Himani working it back to the bowler himself for no run. So we're down to the last 11 deliveries of this innings. Lofted in the air, catchable. Humayun Bashir takes it easily, and that is the end of the innings. So brilliant fight back by Mustafa Himani ends with 51 for 60. Amir Khan supporting him at the end with 8 from 10. But that is the end of the innings. And if you're looking to make sure that you batted all the way through the innings, you wanted to at least make sure that you put yourself in a position to bat the entirety of each ball that needed to be bowled. But there's very little criticism that you can give here to Mustafa Himani because he did everything that he could do to put his team in a good position. Looking to advance down the wicket and lofting it in the deep. Here we see from this angle, we may just be able to see Humayun Bashir in the deep take that catch. They're not quite able to get to it, but in any event, I think the score that is on the board now, 154, represents a fighting total. It's slightly undercooked, but it does represent an acceleration from where they were earlier on. Just looking at the really quick scorecard, once again dominated by Mustafa Himani, 51 from 61 with 3 boundaries. Second highest score once again is extras, 26. And then you had, in terms of double figure batters, Saeed Shafiq Ali 17 from 50. Jam Niaz Ali 11 from 29. Rafiq Kazi 13 from 46. Those are the only 3 others who got into double figures. For me, the pick of the bowlers, Humayun Bashir, 8 overs, 4 for 28. And Farhan Ahmed, 9 overs, 3 for 20. And Vishal Sharma chipping in with one wicket. Actually, Ishant Sharma shows on the scorecard as having taken 1 wicket for 14 runs, but the scorecard also points out that Vishal Sharma has done the same. Those are the same bowler. So Vishal Sharma has taken 2 wickets for 19 runs from his 8.2 overs. So, long way of saying a fighting total is on the board. We'll take a quick lunch break. I suspect the lunch break is around 25 minutes. So we'll join you back on air as soon as we can, somewhere around 2:20. Let's make it 2:30 Central Time, where the Dallas Stallions will be looking to see if they can overhaul a target of 155. For now, going dark from the great MOOSA Stadium in Pearland, Texas. See you shortly. Welcome back to the MOOSA Cricket Stadium, PEARLAND, Texas. Right now, we're trying to get a game in ahead of what is expected to be a decent amount of rain. If you see from your current vantage point to the top left of your screen, you can't really see it on the screen, but the clouds are extremely dark and foreboding, and there may be some rain around later on. Hopefully, we'll be able to get the rest of this match in. As of right now, I'd say if I was a betting man, I'd bet on us being able to complete this match without any interruptions, but you never know here in the Houston area. Rain tends to have a disproportionate impact on things this time of the year, and in fact, the month of May is the rainiest month of the year historically here in Houston. This is Brian Walters again, and just top line where we are right now, the Dallas Stallions will be coming into bat, trying to chase a total that was set for them by the South Panthers. South Panthers managed to score 154 before they were bowled out. And now the South Panthers are in the field looking to defend that 155 target. And the Dallas Stallions are going at it with the openers. And this sounds strange to say. Openers, Syed Shahnawaz and Farhan Ahmed. Syed Shahnawaz, very well known in Texas and indeed throughout the United States of America as a longtime servant of the game. Served in a number of different roles in the Dallas NTCA, North Texas Cricket Association, and with USA Cricket. But when you strip away his administrative responsibilities, he's still a solid seam bowler and a big hitter. Thought it would be interesting to see him bat in this position. I don't know that I've ever seen him open the batting, but he can hit a good long ball. Maybe they're trying to get things over with before the rain starts. And to be asked to restrain him and Farhan Ahmed is the figure of Kareem Ghulam Hussain. So Ghulam Hussain, right arm over the wicket, now bowling first delivery of the innings, and immediately worked to square leg for a single. That might have come off the pad. Wait to see the indication from the umpire. In fact, no indication from umpire Jatin Carver. Nope, there is a signal. A little bit delayed on that reaction, but it is a leg bye to start with. So openers, again, Farhan Hamid and Syed Shahnawaz off of the mark immediately with a leg bye. And we have a long way to go, but the first run is on the board. Kareem Ghulam Hussain, right arm over the wicket. Now bowling to Shahnawaz. Down the ground, that's going to be 4, I believe. Immediately planted that front foot and going down the ground, Syed Shahnawaz, just as I may have suspected, and I think I said, maybe the idea is to get a big hitter in there to close things down before the rain gets here. And you see him just drive right through the line of the ball. In fairness, this ball was in the slot. Kareem is going to be able to pull that ball back, pull that length back just a little bit. And I'll tell you what, if he pulls that length back, he should be able to be a little bit more effective, but Shahnawaz is going to want anything that is in the slot to travel. And so, good adjustment here, just defending that one into the offside for no run. Sorry about that brief interruption. So 5 without loss after 3 deliveries. Ghulam Hussain again, right arm over the wicket, slower through the air, and you don't see in this version of cricket very many people leave that ball outside off stump, but I think that's what you just saw here. So I'm about to promote someone from being he under no circumstances want to get on the air. Okay, we'll just change our minds about that. That ball fizzing by outside off. Insight will be exactly what we're asking for. So we want the opinions of, first of all, we want the opinions of people who know the sport. And secondly, we want for me to not have to talk by myself for 6 straight hours. So in the meantime, I'm joined here in the commentary area by young Mr. Shahabuni. Would you please introduce yourself to everyone, sir, and say a word or two about what you're seeing in front of you?
Hey guys, my name is Jafar Shahabuddin, based in Dallas, Texas. Play a lot of my cricket in Canada and in the UK, as well as in Dallas. And I'm here today. Sort of a long story why I'm here today, but but I'm here today to support the Masters. We've got 2 Dallas teams, so good friends and a lot of mentors and good memories on both sides. So it's nice to be here and to run into people as well.
So, Jaffer, you're probably 30 years away from playing in a Masters match, but this is a 45-over match. You're young, you're fit. Talk about how difficult it is for somebody who's 50 years and over to play in a 45 overs match, let alone multiple 45-over matches in the same week.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the first time I heard about the Masters concept, when they introduced this, I was really surprised. I think a lot of us were like, yeah, right. But they're doing it, and consistently, they've had a lot of tournaments, and they've got several age groups, and there's, believe it or not, even in Canada, we have a guy in Quebec, which is where I'm from. There's a guy from Quebec that comes and umpires in the Masters, Witherspoon. He comes all the way from Quebec just to umpire in the Masters tournaments and all that. So that means that the brand is spreading, So I thought that was really cool. I was playing a game, and he was like, "Hey, I come to Texas to umpire Masters." I was like, "What?" So it's very cool, yeah, that they're able to obviously play so much cricket, and not just that, but I think mentally being away from home and responsibilities at that age for 5 days and dedicate yourself to a 45-over game is a lot of credit, man. I feel like it doesn't matter what age you are; it's very difficult to do that.
Completely agree with you. 20 years ago when I played cricket here in Houston, we played 40-over matches. I'd bowl one spell, 8 overs, and I wouldn't be able to walk until Thursday the next week. So to be able to play multiple matches in the same inning or in the same week is just amazing to me. So in the meantime, this bowler coming from the PEARLAND end is Arpan Matele, left arm orthodox, just got struck for 4 overs over the offside, and this is now struck down to extra cover. There's a fielder out there covering up, and so that's just a single. So if you have 155 runs to defend in 45 overs, 20-over match, that might be kind of tricky. 45 overs is not a lot of overs. But you also have a very cloudy sky, probably rain coming sometime soon. What's your approach as the batting side right now?
Yeah, I mean, one good thing about batting second is you get a good idea of, how the wicket's playing. Obviously, it's going to change a little bit, especially with Houston being so dry. You're going to expect maybe less bounce. Maybe the spinner gets more of an opportunity to create some chances. So sometimes at 150, 160, you can add another maybe 15, 20, maybe 30 to that, depending on the conditions. So there's that. But I mean, for me, I'm a top order batter as well, and I like to play my shot. So for me, I really believe in setting the tone. My dad always used to tell me, like, middle order batting, I don't consider batting, because he didn't find it very fun, I guess, because it's like, go set the tone, and then when you set the tone, you keep reminding them what the tone is. You know what I mean? So I just try and keep it that way, and I train that way as well. So,
yep.
It's true. I mean, believe it or not, cricket is a funny game. Like, the conditions can change so fast. Like even now, the game can stop right now. We can have a thunderstorm for 20 minutes and come back, and all of a sudden the fast bowler's ball is like flying through. So I think that's the thing is, as a batsman, I would more think about right now, use the power play, man. Use the power play, get a good start where the ball's, nice and hard. When it softens up, it's a different game for sure.
Well, that is a dot ball to end things in the second. 2 overs up, 12 without loss is the score. So another 143 runs to go.
And you know what else is amazing is I know a lot of these guys on the Dallas team, and they're all really motivated to perform in this too. Like, I was on the other side first, and they're all talking about how they want to outperform the other Dallas team. You know, and then
So they're not only playing against an
Yeah.
opponent on the field, they're effectively playing against all the Dallas team also.
There was one guy that was like first 20, 25 balls, he was extremely nervous. After that, he was stroking the ball everywhere. And then they were like, oh, he was nervous. I started thinking like, what are you nervous about, man? You're playing Masters cricket. But then, you know, they explained to me the whole, you know, the story, you know, about like, you know, we all want to prove that, you know, it's not always about, you know, where you come from or what your name is, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So I understand, man. At the end of the day, playing a sport with purpose is, I think it's difficult, right? Sometimes play a sport without a purpose, so it makes sense.
So a big part of it also is this is lofted to extra cover, no run there. A big part of it is that the best players from this tournament are going to be, or there's a team that's going to be selected on the basis of performances in this tournament to go to England and Wales next month, from what I understand. So you're certainly looking to beat the player in front of you. This is in the air, and it is taken at mid-off. So that ball was actually well struck by Syed Shanawaz, but striking it directly to Kuldeep Patel at mid-off. And the promotion that Syed Shanawaz, have you ever seen Syed Shanawaz bat opening in an innings? So maybe the idea was to try to get some big runs before the rains came. That's what I suggested earlier. But at this time it fails as he is caught at mid-off for 4. Make that for 5. So seeing here on the replay, once again, it was in the slot. The shot was on, but he only managed to pick out Kuldeep Patel, the captain, at mid-off, advancing down the track just a step, but not able to. In fact, he didn't try to clear him. He sort of was a nothing shot. Didn't go over his head and didn't keep it on the ground, and just ended up getting to Kuldeep Patel at knee height. So the first wicket goes down. Kareem Ghulam Hussain finds success, and the score is 12 for 1. You get a ball in the slot in this situation. Given everything you just said about setting the tone, are you going over the top of mid-off, or are you keeping it on the ground?
Well, I mean, 5 years ago, I would have said, yeah, man, that ball's going in the trees. I think I'm 27, been playing cricket a little while
How
now.
are you 27 years old already?
Hey,
My
your son
goodness.
is not that much.
No, 1 year actually. 1 year younger than you.
But now if I look at how fast this ground is, I just need to beat the guy, right? And that's the thing is, I work with a lot of youngsters, and the biggest thing I tell them is it's a pressure game. Like, to be honest with you, when you bat like 3rd division, 4th division, there's no pressure because you're constantly able to get the single, you get the boundary. What do you do when the ball isn't coming on, when the field is up and the bowler is able to create chances?
Yep.
How do you handle that kind of pressure? And the key is you take calculated risks. So if I know that, you know, maybe there's a slope on one side, or the outfield is fast, I just need to step into it, right? So, but yeah, 5 years ago, I would have stepped down and smacked that hard, you know? Yeah.
So immediately off the mark is Mohsin Khan coming in at 1 down and defending that one into the offside, and they sprint through for a couple. Mohsin Khan, known more as a swing bowler, but coming in 1 down. Only another 141 runs left. But again, this may just be a race against the weather. Very dark, overcast conditions. And Mohsin Khan, 2 from 1. Farhan Hamid on strike, make that at the non-strikers end, is 5 from 6. Overall score 14 for 1. We're 3 deliveries into the 3rd over. Next ball from Ghulam Hussain. Oh, appeal for a leg before. That's a good-looking shout. And he's giving him, I think, yes, he is raising the finger. We are slightly at an angle here. We're about at mid-wicket, so not sure
Looks like
about
he's
the
complaining
line.
for height, though, right?
Height, I don't think
what
that's
he was-
height.
Look at
That looks like it's dead to me. I want to see.
I saw him signal thigh guard, but
No, that was not his thigh guard. That hit him below the knee roll. So
is that a first ball?
it's the second ball, I think. Here we see.
Flop.
Oh, that that hit him
Wait,
6 inches
Wait
up.
for the reaction. Wait for the reaction.
6 inches up.
man,
That
hold
was
it, man.
there was no height there involved. So unfortunately, Mohsin Khan
mute this,
is
man.
going to be disappointed. But if there was a question as to whether or not that was missing, height would not have been the issue. That hit him maybe 6 inches high. And so
Right
even
above
though
the shoe, no?
r- 6 inches might have been generous.
I think where it has the logo of the pad, it was like right on that, where it says Granicles or
Yes,
something.
yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was not an issue with height. Once again, we're a little bit far away from the action and we are at an angle, so difficult to see the line. But I'm thinking height-wise, there's no question that is not bouncing anywhere.
You know what's funny is I've known Kuldeep Bhai since I was 5, and every time I see him, I still I get scared. Even now, I don't know why. Whenever I see him, he's when he calls me over, I'm always yeah, sir. Man is I don't know, man. There's just something about him, man. I'm scared because I think one under-19 tour, he was the manager.
Yeah.
And forget about the coach, man. You were more scared of Kuldeep Bhai. You know what I mean? I learned more Gujarati cuss words in that tour than any other time, man. I remember once I was fielding at square leg. I dove and threw it to the from the boundary to the keeper.
Yep.
And he looked at me. He was like, "Really? You're gonna throw it like that?" And I was like, "That was the first game of the tour, man." Ever since then, I told him I was 17. It's been 10 years. I still think about
That's funny.
the abuse you gave me on that tour.
So the captain Suhas Naik is in. 2 wickets are down. 14 for 2 the score.
Is that
1
Patrick?
ball remaining. That is Patrick Winchester. I have not seen Patrick. I'm now old enough that Patrick Winchester is playing over 50 cricket.
Wow.
That tells you how old I am. Good delivery. Driven into the covers. Good over. That is 2 runs scored in that over, but he also took 2 wickets. So an excellent over by Kareem Ghulam Hussain at the end of 3. The score is 14 for 2. So you say you know a lot of these players. Which the ones from Dallas? Which of the players on the field right now that you can tell are ones to look for? Give me something to pay attention to the rest of the way.
So I'm a really firm believer in hard work.
Mhm.
And we're lucky that in Dallas we have a culture where we have an indoor cricket academy there that's very big, 10 lanes, and I kind of think of it kind of like a boxing gym because there's a lot of us who are just there grinding.
Boxing gym.
We're all there grinding, doing our own thing, everyone's trying to do their own thing. And while there are team nets and stuff, there are some guys that are always there doing drills, doing throwdowns, doing sidearm. I'm one of those guys.
Mhm.
I've seen Farhan Hamid over the last year or so since the Masters thing has come up. He's been doing a lot of work, and he's he'll bowl to me, he'll bat, and he'll ask for a lot of feedback, which I think is really interesting at that age to ask for feedback,
Interesting.
because usually you would think that at that
Feedback
age,
would be in the other direction.
right, and you would also think that you know your game better than anyone at that age.
Right.
But he wants to get better. He's trying all these different shots and stuff, and he's pretty motivated. So I would say that because he's been doing the hard work, I'm rooting for him in that sense, because he spends a lot of hours, man, with us over there. I mean, for us, we're young, we have to work hard, but for him, it's definitely a motivation thing, right? So him for sure. I know. So this Suhas Bhai is Suhas, who is there on the non-strikers end, is really experienced guy. I heard he scored a double 100 last year or 2 years ago with hitting 2 boundaries. Something like that. I'll look up the scorecard
to
for
fitness.
sure.
That
But
speaks
yeah,
to
that's what
fitness.
they were saying, that he batted 120, 30 balls and just ran.
That is insane.
Yeah.
That is
so,
absolutely
yeah,
insane.
I mean, neither of us could do that, but I feel like after I crossed 30, I'm all right.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. So I know that he has a lot of experience, a lot of temperament as well. So there's that. Besides that, I know that there's a lot of new guys that are coming into that hadn't played Masters before, from my understanding. So
Mhm.
it'd be interesting to get them going, because I've seen some guys that have been playing in the league for a while, but then they kind of disappear, and then now they're playing Masters. So sometimes they look totally different. So I'm not sure. But
Completely.
definitely with Farhan, I'm definitely rooting for him, because he's working hard, and obviously for 50 plus, he's in pretty good shape, man. I hope I looked like that at 50, honestly, man. Looks pretty good, man. He's a pretty fit guy.
Completely.
Yeah,
Completely.
so it's definitely a hard work thing. So I'm rooting for him in that sense.
So 18 without loss.
What's funny
is
is
where we
on
are.
the other side, I was over there and I could see Patrick's so tall, right?
Mm-hmm.
He has a long hair, you can't miss that. So when
Sure.
I saw him, I was like, that's Patrick. So I was telling these guys when Farhan was bowling to Patrick, I was like, hey, watch, this about to be a big six day. Right? I think he got out or something, right? I was like, man. And I told them, I was like, Patrick was like devastating. Like I played good number of Houston Cricket League games against Patrick where he would just come in and dominate. You know?
The very first time I saw Patrick Winchester, and I'm going off script here, we were at practice. Practice is, at the time I was playing for the Combined Islands Cricket Club. So, you see a new guy coming in from the West Indies, like not surprising that you'd find one of the West Indian teams to come and practice. And I was bowling in practice. Literally, I was just bowling off of 2 or 3 steps. This is back when I was able to bowl like a 30-yard run-up. And the very first ball I bowled, he smacked me back over my head into the street. Literally.
Wow.
I was like, okay, well, we're not having that happen again. And so I went off the full run-up, and he smacked me over my head into the street again, the second time. I was like, okay, I'm not bowling to this guy anymore, ever.
Yeah.
He was just a beast of a hitter. Just hit a cricket ball so hard.
Honestly, between you and I, well, I guess it's not between you and I because there's a lot of people probably watching this, but honestly, in the U.S., I feel like sometimes we don't really get to see as much diversity. I think it's a really big South Asian population that plays cricket right now.
Yep.
But as you know, over the last 2 years, like I've played a lot of cricket in Canada to pursue that, and that's been really great because there's so many different nationalities I've played with and against. There's clubs from the West Indies that have been there for 20, 30 years, Sri Lankan clubs, Bengali clubs, which I don't really get in Dallas so much. It's all kind of the same people, more or less. More or less, And
Sure,
it's not,
sure.
and it's like, it's a big game, and they're like, good luck, Joff. I'm like, no, man, like, don't say good luck. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes, like, you just, like, honestly, in Canada, like, we won the nationals, the national championship in T20, and in the final, like, I loved it, man. It was like 6'5", like, a guy from Trini running in, trying to break my head kind of thing. I was like, yeah, man, like, come at me. You know what I mean? That's what we train for.
Sure.
So I like that, like, hearing those kind of stories, and they love to tell the stories, right? Like I remember once we won the championship, the team we beat in the semis came to support us, a Guyanese club, because that's what we do.
Love it.
Man, what they did is they didn't let me leave the ground. So I got man of the match. They made me drink that non-alcoholic Heineken. They're like, no, you must drink this, either the real one or this one,
Exactly.
because you got man of the match. So they made me drink that disgusting thing. But it's like you really appreciate the culture, because here we're like, all right, match is done. Let me go home now.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So there, it's like the whole day you're out there. You're watching other people's games. You know what I mean? You're chilling there. You're leaving the ground at like 11 p.m.
I completely agree.
I really love the culture there. Actually, that's one thing I really love, and because their season is so short, right? What a shot!
Yep. Lofted over extra cover. It won't get to the boundary, but that's 2 more runs. By the way, to cover where we are right now, the score is 23 for 2, 3 overs or 3 deliveries into the 4th over. Farhan Hamid opened the batting, 8 from 10, and Suhas Naik, the captain, 2 from 7. And another 132 runs needed for victory. Once again, much of this is going to be a race against the clock, because all of a sudden, though, notice that the sun is now out. This is stroked through the offside, probably a couple more. They run hard. Yep, in fact, they'll jog the second one. So consecutive doubles. And where we are now, I would suspect, just given the rate at which they're scoring, the current scoring rate is 5.36 and over, and the required rate is 3.22. You wouldn't think that they would need all 45 overs to chase this. So one way or the other, I think the game is going to be finished in time. This is lofted in the air, and that's a good sliding stop by Kuldeep Patel. Has a lot of work to do, the captain, at that spot at extra cover. And so 1 ball remaining now in the 5th. 26 for 2, another 129 to go. Suhas Naik, 2 from 7. Farhan Hamid, 11 from 12. And Kareem Ghulam Hussain has taken 2 wickets. And this is the ball outside off. Let's go through to the keeper, and that's the end of the over. At the end of 5, the score is 26 for 2. So once again, in a match that saw the Dallas Stallions win the toss and choose to bowl, they managed to restrict the South Panthers to 154 runs. The high score there coming from Mustafa Himani. Himani 52, if memory serves. Yep, 51 from 61 with 3 fours. So he carried the batting for his side. And in response, Suhas Naik and Farhan Ahmed are looking to recover from a bit of a stutter at the start where 2 quick wickets were lost. Score is now 26 for 2 and another 129 remaining. And in fact, this is now a new bowler, somebody who I have not seen bowl in several years, Amir Khan. Have you ever seen Amir Khan bowl?
No, I don't think so.
The last time I saw Amir Khan bowl, geez, this had to have been 2002, 2003. It has been a while. I saw him this morning. Almost didn't recognize him immediately because it's been that long. But when he played, he was one of the best swing bowlers anywhere around. Nowhere near express pace. And, of course, to be able to swing it, you don't want to have express pace. But he can swing it prodigiously both directions. It'll be interesting to see if he still has that gear. There's that delivery that I haven't seen in a couple of decades. First ball, low full toss, and just knocked down to mid-off for no run. If you're batting and you're facing a bowler who swings it a lot, what might you be able to do to counteract that swing?
Yeah, actually, that is a good question. I struggled with that for a long time, especially when you start getting to better levels. You feel like you're dominating a bowler, then he switches tactics, and then you're not able to adjust to that. So what I learned was you basically play for one swing. You always play for the one coming back in. So obviously, at medium pace and all that, it's easier to read pace and line and length. But when you're playing not necessarily express, but anybody above like 125, 130,
Yep.
You play for one swing, because the moment you start thinking is in swing, is out swing, is to this. So honestly, ball swings away. You see that ball swing away, you let it go. You have a look, soft hands.
Yep.
You want to protect your stumps with the one coming in. After a while, you'll get used to those conditions, get used to the way he's releasing the ball, and you'll be punching the outswing as well.
Interesting. Now, if you look where, Farhan Ahmed was doing it, I don't know if Suhas is doing it quite. In fact, he's not. He's standing just outside of his crease. This is lobbed in the air and gone.
The leading edge.
Boy, looking to turn that away on the leg side.
That's a good
But
catch,
had
actually.
it popped into the air and sprinting in from the covers is Arpan Matele. Little bit of a stutter, but he did get all the way there. Absolutely. Closing
It's
the
funny
bat
to say,
face
but in
just a
Masters,
touch too
the more
early.
athletic team will win for sure, right?
Closing the bat face just a little too early, and that might have been that outswing that we're talking about, and that leading edge pops up into the covers, and a pretty simple catch taken eventually by Arpan Matele. So 3 wickets are down, 28 for 3. I was thinking this is going to be an easy chase. It may not be such an easy chase.
That wasn't Mike Bhakta?
Mike
Okay.
Bhakta is 40 pounds less than that.
Okay. My bad.
I will tell you, the first time I saw Mike Bhakta after several years was last year, and I didn't recognize because he's lost almost as much weight as I have.
First time I saw him, the Bhakta community does tournaments.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
So they used to do it in Dallas and Russell Creek.
Uh-huh.
So I umpired a few games, as a college student, like the Bhaktas would take good care of you, man.
Yep.
Decent money, golf carts to the pitch and back. You're like, this is great, Man, I watched that old man beat kids out of the ground, man.
Mike Bhakta.
Yeah, he could beat balls, seriously. I was like,
In this
guy.
match, I'll tell you right now, playing in this match, there are probably 3 or 4 people who I just absolutely hated bowling to. I already told you about Patrick. Mike Bhakta, I absolutely hated bowling to. I hated bowling to Rafi Kazi. I hated bowling to, who else is there? There's one other name that's not coming to mind. Well, not to mention, no, Humayun Bashir. I'm just talking about who's playing in this match.
Okay.
Humayun Bashir, Zubair Hussain, all of them were hard to bowl to. And in fact, they accelerated my retirement, I think, because after a while I was like, okay, everybody's hitting me. I need to stop playing. So going back to American, the new batter is.
Don't know who that is.
Let's see. We'll get the name of the new batter as soon as we have it. Scorecard shows it being blank. Here is the delivery
Krish.
again. 13. That would be Purathil Krishnan.
Okay.
Okay, so he's off the mark. That ball stroked into the covers. And all of a sudden, this match appeared to have been sort of meandering, but all of a sudden, 3 quick wickets and 154 runs now looks a lot bigger than it did 3 wickets ago. Oh, that one staying low. Patrick Winchester doing well to keep it from getting by. 1 ball remaining now in the 6th. Amir Khan, yes. I have not seen him bowl, but when he played, he would swing it both directions at will with the same action. You could not tell the difference. You
I
couldn't
wonder
tell
how
which
he
one was
brings it
coming.
away with that action, right?
Because, okay, so I'm obviously a left-hander.
Oh, right. So with you, he can use the angle.
So not only does he use the angle, but from over the wicket, he'd swing 2 or 3 away from me and then bring 1 back in. And it is the most difficult delivery to play.
Yeah, for sure.
And as you said, if you're not looking for the one to come back in, you're a dead duck.
I
when
feel
it
like
comes
that's the
back.
dangerous one, right? The one that comes back in.
No, also the line has to be right.
Sure.
So if you start, for example, a right-hander bowling over the wicket, start both the outswinger and the in-swinger on off stump, then I'm putty in your hands. You can do anything to me at that point because I don't know if it's coming back or going away. And so I'm sort of, the Jeffrey Boycott calls it the corridor of uncertainty. That line with the ability to swing it both directions.
You know what's
is a very
interesting is
difficult ball.
I never realized this, but over time, especially when you play seasoned bowlers bowl in patterns.
Mhm.
Every bowler has a sequence. 2 back of the line, 1 Yorker,
Yep.
1 Yorker, 1 bouncer, and a slow one.
Exactly.
When you start to realize that bowlers bowl in patterns, which is funny because you should realize it because when you bowl, you do it yourself.
Right, exactly.
But we don't think about that. But actually, I had a coach who taught me that by when he would put balls in the machine, it was at pace swinging both ways. He would say, try and pick the pattern. I'm bowling the same 3-4 balls in a sequence. Try and pick it. So
who was that coach?
Mohammad Farouk.
Okay, yeah.
So I always give him a lot of credit. Mohammad Farouk definitely changed my game big time.
It's fantastic guy.
I was one of his first students when he first came. So really big part of my life. So he taught me a lot, I think, about the game. But he was one of those people that really opened my mind to think. So he said, bowlers will bowl in patterns, so try and figure out that pattern. And then I remember once, we were doing some practice and it was a quick Yorker, like hit my foot. And then the next ball he bowled outside the off stump a little slower. And I didn't move as much. And he says, that's why they bowl the quicker one so that you don't move.
Oh, look at this. He knocked him over. Didn't even realize it. Went for the big hoik. Didn't realize it, but it kissed the off bail, and the 4th wicket goes down. That was Purathil looking to slap that one over square leg. Top or the inside edge. Ricocheted back onto the stumps and took off the off bail. 4 wickets down. Here is the replay. You'll be able to see it here. Actually, just didn't. That replay started a little too late. If we could go back and look at that again, we'll see that replay as soon as it's available. But all of a sudden, 4 quick wickets are down, and the Dallas team all of a sudden is struggling not only to get the ball off the square, but they're losing wickets with regularity. So 3 wickets now for Kareem Ghulam Hussain.
I think this is a key batter here, SP, Satyapal.
So Satyapal Chabra is the vice captain, I believe. And so is it captain and vice captain?
You know what's funny is one of the last games my dad ever played in Dallas, he opened the bowling and nicked off SP.
Really?
I remember that.
So he's not going to want to be reminded of that.
Yeah.
Open the bowling, you said.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I've never seen your dad open the... Well, I've never seen him bowl, first of all, but...
Apparently he was an all-rounder.
Ah.
But again, I was the youngest child, so I saw him at the very, very end,
Got it,
So,
got it. 29 for 4 up to 6.3. This game is interesting all of a sudden. Ooh, bang on target and defended. for no run. So Satyapal Chabra faced one ball so far. Obviously, the one that you just saw. Farhan Hamid at the other end, 12 from 16. He's the only one who's offering any resistance to this bowling attack led by Karim Ghulam Hussain. This is stroked to extra cover. Opportunity for a run out. He's in a dead. No, that throw had been accurate. He would have been in trouble. Kuldeep Patel, who has had a lot of work to do in that extra cover area, able to pick that ball up, but the throw was a little bit off, and the fact that
Alright, so
Patrick Winchester had to reach for it made it impossible for him to find it.
Question for you.
Okay.
Have you actively considered playing this?
The easiest answer I've ever given to a question, no.
Really?
I didn't like playing 40 overs when I was 30 years old. Why in the world would I play 45 at age 55? It's just no.
Okay, all right.
No,
So maybe it's a shorter version, but
I don't even play the shorter version anymore.
Right.
If they said, Brian, we're playing a T5. Are you interested in the T5, Brian? Then that I might consider.
you get up in the morning for a T5? Or be like show up at a picnic or something.
Very honestly, it's more fun to sit here and commentate than to actually play. Because look, this morning alone, I was out there just throwing the ball with a couple of the guys. Now I have a side strain. So I forget exactly how strenuous cricket is until I have to be reminded of it.
Well, I guess you played enough as well, right? So
I've played my entire life. And
yeah. So I mean, when that drive goes, I understand.
And also playing as a fast bowler is completely different from, say, example,
Sure.
playing as a batter.
Sure.
Playing as a batter, you hit a 6 and then you kind of saunter back to your crease. As a fast bowler, you're bowling an 8-over spell in the heat in Houston, coming off of a 30-yard run-up for 8 straight overs. That's difficult. And I don't wish any more of that life for myself. I'm sorry, this is way more comfortable. Okay, here we go again. Khan back into the attack. Looks like he's fully warmed up. First delivery defended into the offside. Amir Khan, if I remember correctly, played for the Cougars Club here in Houston in the early 2000s. And for a while played for MCC, if I'm not mistaken. Getting the run-up wrong there. So 29 for 4 after 7 overs. No question that there's a long way to go, but where would you put your money right now?
I'm banking on this partnership. I think it's shot, man.
Stroke down the ground for 4. That very easily could have been a return catch. I would love to see that replay. That ball passed maybe a couple of inches away from Amir Khan. Look at this. Okay, maybe not quite as close. Okay, we're at an angle here. Looking at the replay,
Safe
it was
shot,
comfortably away
That's
from
a good
him.
shot, actually.
Anything hit straight is a good shot, no question.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if these two bat, they have to bat pretty long. I honestly, it's in the ball is in Houston's court for sure. These two have to bat for a while, and nobody's really set yet. I mean, Farhan's on 16, SP still not off the mark yet. So, I honestly, if I want an exciting game, so I'd say I want these guys to bat deep, but otherwise, realistically, Houston takes one more wicket. I mean, I think they're driving home.
So if you have a win predictor, what percentage does your win predictor give Houston? Oh, knocked him over. There's the wicket you just talked about. Inside edge onto the stumps.
I'll tell you what it is now. Like maybe 70-30. Yeah.
70-30.
Yeah. I know
Wow.
the rest of the team.
So here's a replay. Amir Khan. This is maybe the in-swinger. Look at the replay.
But yeah, I mean, footwork is nowhere. A lot of gap between bat and pad there.
Huge. You could have driven a truck
See,
between
that's the
the
thing
bat and the
on
pad.
Astro. You won't even blink and that ball's at the fence.
This is
Yeah.
absolutely
Yeah.
true and a great point.
That's like
Here we see on the replay, look at the front foot, nowhere near to the pitch of the ball. In fact, the front foot goes forward, but not towards the line of the ball. And so that under edge trickles back onto the off stump, and that is the 5th wicket to fall. My goodness. We are inside 8 overs, and they've already lost 5 wickets. So this is not a good start. 33 for 5, and all of a sudden, Houston is halfway to victory when I thought that their total was slightly undercooked. So this is not going to be easy. So the 2 batters are now Satyapal Chabra and Humayun Bashir. Oh, all is not lost. I completely forgot about him. And I'm not sure how I could forget about him. He was my captain for like 5 years. But Humayun Bashir is, again, a brilliant all-rounder. Has the ability to bat deep. Also has the ability to hit the ball far. So I don't anticipate that he'll come in throwing his bat. I think he just wants to settle the ship. And if you have somebody with a good cricketing brain, as he does, then you're not looking to come set the place alight with stroke play. You're simply looking to stop the bleeding. And so let's see what his approach is going to be, but I suspect it's going to be exactly that. Amir Khan, 2 deliveries left in this, his second over, 2 for 7 so far. And looking to get off the mark, Humayun Bashir, but cannot beat backward point. So this is a good spell. Once again, I have not seen Amir Khan in a few years, but
He's pretty spot on. He's bowling that 5th stump line, ball coming in. That's the best wicket for an in-swinger, right? Like gap between bat and pad, crashing on.
that's exactly it.
That's what we want, right?
Completely. So does he do something different for this, his last ball of his second over? Maybe try to surprise the new batter with a bouncer. Nope. Oh, good take by Patrick. Appeal for a catch down the leg side, not being given. Apparently that might have brushed the thigh pad.
I always wonder why umpires don't just shake their head. Like, when they don't do anything, you're still nervous. Like, say not out, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? You think they're still thinking about it.
Well, this umpire, Sandeep Gondalekar, has umpired for a really long time at a very high level. Umpires in the minor leagues. He's from Atlanta. And also umpired in the UK as well as Canada. And is a certified umpire in West Indies, South Africa, and the US, if I'm not mistaken. So, very experienced. I wouldn't anticipate that he'd be one who'd be easily intimidated by any of these batters, any of these fielders, rather. So, 33 for 5 after 8. And Karim Ghulam Hussain continuing 3 for 11 from 4 overs. Oh, one trickling off the inside edge to square leg for no
I think
run.
it's interesting how every umpire has like different practices. Some, when they say it's not out right away, they're shaking their head no. Some will wait for the appeal to die and then say not out. You know what I mean? It just varies, like, and it's at all levels. Like you said, someone like his background, even higher than him, they all have different, different ways to do it. I guess there's not necessarily a right or wrong. It's all like best practice in their opinion, right?
To me, and when I'm umpiring, if somebody appeals and I think it's out, or if I think it's not out, I immediately say not out. Or if it's a ridiculous appeal that they have no reason to appeal, if square leg and point are running and appealing for LBW, I don't even respond to those. Because look, if you're going to try to intimidate me into giving you a wicket, you're going to find out really quickly that's not going to work. So bang on target for those first couple deliveries. 33 for 5. I was not expecting for this game to go in this direction. So another 5 wickets to go for the Panthers. Another 122 runs to go. This is outside off. Another dot ball though.
Not a lot of bounce on this surface.
This surface was playing a few tricks earlier on, and it's cracking up just a little, but the bounce has actually been more true in the last several hours than it was first thing this morning. This morning, I was a little concerned. There was a couple that just jumped off of a good length that I was really shocked about. No, that should be a wide. Yep, signaled wide by umpire Jetin Carver. So I asked both umpires for their backgrounds. Umpire Sandeep Gundalekar, who I told you about earlier, that he gave me all the information. I asked umpire Jetin Carver for his background, and he simply said, I am the tall, handsome fellow. So, okay, thank you. Thank you for your contribution to this.
Played.
So, 2 balls remaining now in the 9th, 34 for 5. And it's encouraging that the sun has just come back out because from what I just saw, it is raining heavily in Prairie View. So, obviously, Prairie View about an hour, 45 minutes to an hour northwest of where we are right now. Yorker length clipped around the corner for a single. So, the ideal situation would be that you have the time to be able to complete this match. You don't want for it to be that the weather decides who wins. But as an umpire, you still want to make sure that you get the game going the way that it needs to. So another 26 over, make that 36 overs to go. 216 balls remaining after where we are at now. 35 for 5 is the score. You do have enough time to get 216 delivers in. The only question is whether or not it's going to start raining. It would be interesting to see how that is handled. And I, for one, am really happy and encouraged to see Amir Khan bowling. Again, doesn't look like he's lost anything from the last couple of decades. And just a really exciting bowler to see. Once again, this is the over 50s regional tournament played right here in Pearland, Texas at MOOSA Stadium. Sponsored by eClinical Works and iSpace. Amir Khan to continue. This is outside off, a little too far outside off for the liking of Sandeep Gundalekar. Have you ever kept?
I mean, I wanted to pursue it at one age, but you know, the higher ups, meaning my dad,
Sure.
was like, no, you should bowl. So I kind of regret it.
Yeah.
To be honest, because I'm pretty athletic, so I think I mean even now like I got the basic training like in the parks and stuff. Like my dad would train me, and here and there in club cricket I did it, but he never really let me pursue it because he felt that as an all-rounder I could contribute.
Sure.
But honestly, I honestly think if I could go back, I think maybe I would have done it. I think just because especially like at the professional level, with a lot of us like with limited chances and all that, you always think like, you know, they always need a backup keeper or a guy who can keep. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's an attractive option. You know, like I think we all know someone who's like may not be the better batter on the side, but he has keeping ability, so they keep him
So
around.
put him
You
in
know,
there, exactly.
and he's collecting a paycheck. You know, so.
Right. This one swinging down the leg side.
Are you kept?
In emergency situations, in a couple of matches, but I tell the captain, look, I'll keep if you want me to, but I always have to have a first slip because somebody has to help me up after each delivery. So there is a slip field. In fact, there's a slip and a gully. Ooh, very full and driven into the outside.
Going for that
no
big
run.
in-swinger.
Certainly looking for the in-swinger. And I like the fact that you're attacking at this stage. You're having the batter the bowler who's had success. And speaking of people with success, I said earlier that there was a certain batter who stood up at the time that he needed to stand up and be counted. Some guy who I've seen every once in a while managed to score 51 from 60 balls with 3 fours. The second highest score in the innings was extras behind this guy. Mr. Himani, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Brian. Thanks for your kind words. I guess old habits don't die easy.
So I was trying to remember when you were batting. I've obviously remembered you as a bowler. I don't know that I've ever remembered you as a batter. So talk about your prowess as a batter and why is it that I don't remember you with the bat in your hand?
Well, actually, I was always a batter, and when the captains didn't have trust in my batting, I had to work on my bowling and then also wicket keeping at times.
Ah.
But yeah, I mean, this game in the morning, as you saw, it was pretty sticky, the wicket, and the bounce is very uneven. So the moisture is gone, the dampness is gone, so it's not sticky anymore, but the bounce is still low. So it becomes a bit more challenging for the batters because now it's going to skid through, and if it stays low, then it's going to go through your defenses. So it's very hard pitch to play, but you just need to apply yourself and there's no backlift when you're playing.
Yep. So a quick look at the scorecard would see that you have batters like Rafi Kazi, 13 runs scored from 46 balls faced. Jam Ali, 11 runs from 29 balls faced. Saeed Shafiq Ali, 17 from 50 balls faced. You're batting on a different pitch from them, apparently. 51 from 61. So what was it that you found so easy that everybody else had trouble with?
And the last 5 batters you didn't mention, that their scorecard looks like the zip code for Louisiana, 567. No, I think once I played 15 to 20 balls, I just knew that I can always, if you notice, I played all my shots long off, long on in the V. I didn't try to hit square of the wicket. And that's what gave me the confidence.
Except for the free hits.
Except for the free hits.
Yep.
And then the quicker bowler came and the pitch became more drier, then I could trust the bounce a little bit more.
I was actually surprised how much the pitch calmed it down because after those first 3 or 4 overs, a couple that leapt off a length was like, oh my goodness, are they going to be able to play this entire match?
Yeah, and credit to their bowling. I think Humayu bowled. He's still quick. I mean, I played him in his second spell. I mean, he's probably the quickest of their bowling attack. And then credit to the spinners, and especially Farhan. I mean, he's got, with the same action, same one-finger spin, he can bring the ball in, turn it in, and bowl a leg spin. So, and he bowled some very testing lines, so very tough to play. Just had to just stay low and then try to just hit in the V. And that's what my plan was till the end.
So I'll ask you a different question. You have perspective not only as somebody who plays cricket, I almost said played, but you're literally still playing. But you also have perspective as an administrator for several years representing the Central West Conference with USACA. So from a development perspective, being able to have a tournament like this in an ICC certified stadium with different people traveling from several different states, several different countries. Speak about what that means to cricket in the Houston area.
I think it means a big deal because, from the first Masters event that happened here, I think in Houston, and from till now, I mean, you can see the talent has improved so much, and you're seeing some of the players coming in from different regions.
Struck through the covers, should be at least 2. Won't get to the boundary. Do they come back for 3? They are coming back for 3. And by the way, it is not a small matter for players playing in an over 50 tournament to run 3s.
Yeah, I know. And then it's not easy. I mean, people think this is like 50 plus cricket and it might be, an easier format to play, but playing 45 overs, 4 games in 5 days, and then, but some of these players now, I've seen this Masters, quality has improved so much progressively since last 2 years. I mean, there are players who've, played a good cricket in their prime, and now they come back. The guy from Amjad scored 142 runs in one of the games happening at Prairie View. So, I mean, the guy on the other ground, Bilkis, scored 100 as well. So, I mean, these are some of the batters. It's serious business. They have the eyes set on making it to the U.S. team, as the World Cup just happened over 50 in South Africa, and they're touring England again, another tour to Barbados, and things are looking up for the Masters.
I will say, you mentioned Barbados. I happened to have been there in Barbados last year, last November. The biggest difference between the USA team and the other teams is fitness. You could see a team chasing, I forget who it was who played, probably Wales. And Wales batted first. They scored maybe 85. They didn't score a lot of runs. And it was almost like there's two different teams or two different sets of teams playing. The Welsh guys were a little slower on the field. Our guys were sprinting between the wickets, converting twos into threes, running quick singles. That speaks to fitness and it speaks to dedication, because that's hard enough to do when you are in your prime as an athlete. But, ooh, that's a good-looking shot. That might just get to the boundary. No, it's slowing down. Might be stopped. Rafiq Kazi does the work to pick it up. By the way, your team is in the field. Why are you in the commentator's booth? That just occurred to me. How are you not in the field?
So as you know, Masters 15 players, 11 play, and one of the perks of scoring 50 is you look extremely tired, and the captain, throws you a little bit of bone. Hey, why don't you sit out? So that's what benefited me. But coming back to the fitness, Brian, I
Yes.
saw the preparations, and they were having these guys run through the drills and yo-yo test and gauging the scores. I mean, come
Yep.
on, at 50 plus, they want them to run yo-yo and have 16, 17
Yep.
a score. That's tough. I mean, that basically shows, goes to show how serious they are, and they want to win this. I mean, it's going to be a big achievement if U.S. cricket wins one of these big tournaments like a World Cup.
And I have full confidence that they can. Put it this way, if they don't win, it will not be because of lack of preparation, and it certainly will not be because of lack of fitness. And it's to the extent that they take pride in their craft, it's really satisfying to see.
Yeah, and I think the only thing that kind of becomes tricky when they tour outside is the pitch and the ground, right? Because
Yes.
here, I mean, the pitches are different. When you go there, even a club ground has, proper professional curators and a lot of effort goes on into developing and making the pitch. So
Yep.
that becomes a bit more challenging, especially when you have a bouncy pitch coming in. So something that they'd have to work on, apply different techniques and get prepared for those kind of situations.
So yet again, switching subjects as it relates to you, you wear several different hats. So talk about, in the Houston Premier League, you had a team that was represented in the league this past time. Tell me about your initiative as the owner of a team, and how difficult is it to watch other people perform on the field as opposed to you being the one actually on the field?
Yeah, so I mean, I think Majid is the owner, and I just manage the team, the Night Riders.
Got it.
It's a completely different perspective. Just because I have so much cricket played in the past, it kind of helps me out to balance the team. I don't want to get all the superstars from everywhere in the world. I just want to get the people that fits our culture. And as you saw, you've watched our team playing Houston Open, which we won last year, and I kept telling you that we have the best team, and we were playing against the like of Atlanta Lightning and Atlanta Fire and Stallions, and then even Houston Premier League. I think our culture is so good. Whichever player comes in, we kind of make them feel like a family, and we run through our drills and from our coaching staff, and we put a lot of effort in the analysis portion. We've got two guys who run all the analysis and present them reports about the opposition, the players, the kind of shots they play, their weaknesses, their strengths. So that's the extent that we go in terms of preparing our players. And
it's amazing.
Yeah, and that's basically the name of the game. You just have to be prepared, and everybody's a professional in those kind of tournaments. You just have to do a little bit more extra to go get ahead of the curve.
So you're talking about analytics. You're talking about looking at the tendencies of each player. What did they do in certain situations? Do they like it coming onto the pads? Do they like it leaving them? all of those things go into your preparation.
That certainly does, especially on their batters, the opposing batters. Like, what are their favorite areas to hit in the past, and and then with the scoring that we have with cricket clubs, kind of gives you the direction and the pitch map where they've scored runs. So we try to use that much, and then everything is streamed online now, so we can watch the videos and we get a good idea. So a combination of a few things that kind of gives us the data that we need to put something together, and players love that kind of thing, right? Because when you give them a plan on how to bowl and where does this player like to hit and what's his strength and weaknesses, then that plan, a player appreciates that kind of plan. So that's the kind of preparation we go into, and then especially we have well-defined roles for each and every player, about for spinners, for fast bowlers, and all that. So I mean, I try to balance the team. I don't want 11 superstars. I just want 11 dedicated players who knows what they're asked to do and supposed to do there.
How difficult is it to say to a first-class level player, maybe even a former international player, here's what I need you to do? Do you ever get any pushback from somebody who says, I've forgotten more cricket than you know, why are you telling me anything?
That's a good question. I was, first when I started managing the team, I was expecting something like this, like a guy like maybe Sohail Tanveer would come and say, you know what, I was the purple cap winner in the inaugural edition of IPL. You're going to tell me how to bowl? But to my surprise, him and guys like Sohaib Maqsood and even UC Unmukhchand played for us in Champions League. None of these guys had any qualms about, what are you telling me? I'm more experienced. They actually take more interest, and you kind of make them feel important because they bring a wealth of experience, right? So you want them to be on your side to help you, and then they take pride in that. They also want to win with so much cricket that they've played all over the world. The hunger for winning these games never dies. They want to win. So they will, it is. I mean, to my surprise, I thought they'll just come, make some quick bucks and leave, but no, they get dejected.
No, some of them do that now. Some of them will do that.
I've not come across any player in my team, but honestly, it was a very pleasant surprise for us when I saw the attitudes of some of these professional players.
Sure. So this matchup could have been happening anywhere in Austin. This is Hussein Zubair bowling to Humayun Bashir. 3 runs off the first 2 balls, and by the way, 50 runs are up, 51 for 5. By the way, before you put the mic down, where's your money right now?
I still think the guy who's batting right now, Humayu, he can steal the game away. He's very capable. I've seen him play. I mean, from Austin, you probably know him better than I do.
He was my captain for 5 years.
Yes, hard hitter. So I mean, as long as he's there, I would stay still 50-50. If he gets out right now and maybe in the next 15-20 runs, then I would say advantage Houston or advantage Panthers.
Interesting. Well, Mr. Himani, thank you very much for your thoughts. You are an absolutely brilliant, well, put it this way, you played a player of the match type innings today. It remains to be seen but if your team wins, I'm thinking you have at least one more trophy to put on your mantle. So that would be 1 plus 0. So that will be the first one that you've ever gotten. So anyway, getting back to where we are now, 51 for 5, and that is the end of 13. A long way to go. 5 more wickets can be, obviously, it can happen in 5 balls, or it could take the rest of the day. And at the same time, as Mustafa Himani said, if Humayun Bashir is still there, then you saw that the game is certainly in the balance. There is the psychological barrier of 104 runs remaining for victory. If you get that total target under 100, that's the psychological hurdle that is reached, and then that generally helps you feel like you're running downhill after that. But still a long way to go. Humayun Bashir 11 from 8, Satyapal Chabra 3 from 27. So contrasting approaches there. Humayun generally the more enterprising of the two, but I think his remit is pretty clear. Just stay at the wicket. You don't need to be out. And if you stay at the wicket, runs will come automatically. A bit of a delay. Not sure why the umpires are walking over to talk to each other. But in the meantime, just a quick reset of where we are. 13 overs bowled. Score is 51 for 5. Score. Top score so far is Farhan Ahmed. He was bowled off the inside edge, 16 from 20. Humayun Bashir so far the only other player in double figures. He's 11 from 8. And if you want to count wides as a player, then Humayun and wides have tied for the second highest score. And still we have a bit of a delay. Not exactly sure what the issue is. We're 2 overs away from the first water break of the innings. And it might be something about the condition of the ball itself. And in fact, we appear to be walking off. Not exactly sure what's going on, but let's just take the break. The break would have ordinarily been due after 15, but it appears that they're taking one early. So we'll take a break along with the players. We're signing off for the moment from the MOOSA Stadium in PEARLAND, Texas. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back to Pearland, Texas. 51 for 5 is the score. The Dallas Stallions have stumbled a lot in the last several overs, but Humayun Bashir and Satyapal Chabra are attempting to steady the ship and keep going. So this is Arpan Matele, who's coming back into the attack. Bowled his first 2 overs, meaning the second and the fourth of the innings. And his figures so far are none for 15. This is wide outside off stump. 52 for 5 is the score. And I'll tell you what, that bit of a delay that we just had is because, according to the umpires, the ball became misshapen. And trying to make sure that it was either repaired, maybe not repaired, but fit to be replaced takes some analysis by the umpires. So they decided to take the break that much earlier. And so that's where we are right now. 3 deliveries remaining here in the 14th. Make that 2 deliveries remaining in the 14th. And the score is 53 for 5. Humayun Bashir 12 from 10. Satyapal Chabra 3 from 29. This is clipped behind square for a single. Direct hit from number 91. That is Kashif Rana. Should have been able to recognize him. So 54 with 1 more ball remaining here in the 14th over. A small matter of 101 runs to get. And that is defended into the offside by Humayun Bashir. That is the end of the over. So after 14, the score is 54 for 5. Over 50 Regionals 2023, sponsored by eClinical Works and iSpace, has seen the Panthers, after putting up what, again, I described as an undercooked total of 154, roar back into contention with 5 quick wickets. They've taken those wickets regularly, and as a result have blunted the impact of what ordinarily would have been expected to be a decent batting attack. And now Captain Kuldeep Patel has taken the ball, and he will be bowling to Humayun, make that bowling to Satyapal Chabra, bowling from the Massey Ranch Road end, off spinner. Of course, in this iteration of his career, he's an off spinner. He, in past years, was a fast medium bowler. And Kuldeep Patel is unique in that he has the distinction of having a son play in the Major League Baseball system. Karan Patel is with the Chicago White Sox organization as a power pitcher. And that's something that those of us who played our cricket here in Houston and knew Karan as a little 5-year-old boy are very proud of. So 3 deliveries, 54 for 5, another 101 runs needed. You need to score those 101 runs in 183 balls. So it's not a matter of run rate. It's a matter of remaining at the wickets and not losing any wickets. Oh, for a split second, he started to wind up and go for the cut outside off stump. Decided against it. There's a fielder at slip. There's a fielder at gully. There's a backward point. There's a sweeper on the boundary on the offside. And so you're going to be keeping that ball outside off if you are Kuldeep Patel. Oh, quick single taken as that is hit toward mid-off. That is Syed Shafiq, who was not going to be able to collect that one in time, so couldn't prevent the single. And Syed Shafiq Ali is ordinarily the keeper, but if you have Patrick Winchester in your side, it's probably a good option to have Patrick with the gloves. Again, Patrick certainly is not the same player that he was 15 or so years ago, but you will not find very many better batters with the glove. Look at that, outside off, fizzing by the outside edge. And that concludes a very quick over by Kuldeep Patel. His first over only concedes 1 run. After 15, the score is 55 for 5. Back to Arpan Matele, left arm orthodox around the wicket, bowling to Satyapal Chabra. Satyapal Chabra absorbing a lot of deliveries. He's faced 36 balls, only scored 4 runs. But once again, I don't think the issue right now is going to be about runs or the rate at which you score them. I think the bigger issue is not getting out. You only need to score from here at the rate of 3.3 runs and over to win. Very full and driven through the offside. That is Kuldeep Patel, the captain, coming across from extra cover. And that's another single. And with that single, the deficit is now under 100. Again, I referred to that psychological psychological barrier. It's always a good thing when you can exceed the number of runs needed so that the number of runs that you need is under 100. So picking those runs up in 1s and 2s will not in any way concern the Dallas Stallions. Next delivery. Looking to force it off the back foot. Boy, that ball trickled very close to the stumps and could easily have trickled back onto the stumps. Just wanting to make sure that you cover everything up, and sometimes a bit of a rash stroke can result in you losing your wicket. Very full, glanced into the leg side, no run. And that should be, well, 1 ball remaining in the over. Arpan Matela rather. 1 ball remaining in his 4th over. Conceded 19 runs so far. And that's stroked into the deep. That should just be a single to deep extra cover. And that is the end of the 16th over. After 16, the score is 58 for 5. Captain Kuldeep Patel, with the ball in hand, will be looking to bowl his second over. First over, only conceding 1 run. He is bowling to Satyapal Chabra, 6 from 41. Humayun Bashir, the non-striker, 12 from 12. Pushing this one through just a little bit quicker, Kuldeep Patel. And harmlessly sailing through to the keeper for no run. Big picture, 96 more runs needed. The current run rate, 3.69. In fact, current run rate after those 2 dot balls is 3.61. But you're only needing to score at the rate of 3.35 to win if you're Dallas. And so that explains, or would explain, why there does not seem to be any urgency by Satyapal Chabra. 6 from 44. You do not need to go all guns blazing. Under no circumstances is that necessary. What's necessary is that you keep wickets in hand tossed up and driven to extra cover. So that's 5 dot balls in a row. Make that 4 dot balls in a row. 5 if you include the last delivery of the previous over. But it has to be said, you're building pressure when you do this. So maybe if you look for the odd single here and there, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, because you get into this mode where the bowlers can just bowl at you without any consequence, then you might get into the situation where you tie down unnecessarily. That's a single to mid wicket. So 1 ball remaining here in the 17th. And yes, another 95 runs needed in 28.1 overs. 3.7, make that 3.37 runs and over needed the rest of the way. Last delivery. Stroked into the covers, a run for a quick single. Oh, I'll tell you what, that's a good looking throw, but not given. That's a good pickup and a good throw, and Patrick Winchester immediately with the bails off in a flash, but the runner was home. Looking at this replay, this should be a good angle right here. There you see Winchester collecting that ball and immediately whipping the bails off, but that's a good effort to slide that bat in. The youngsters will learn on those types of scenarios to always slide the bat in, and that's exactly what you saw there. And that is why he's still at the wicket. 61 for 5 after 17. We'll be right back. $61 for 5. Matele back into the attack. Oh, just for the first time you saw Humayun Bashir look to go big. He's been there long enough. He's had 14 deliveries bowled at him, and he scored 14 runs from those 14 deliveries. He generally tends to be the type of batter who wants to get on with things. Doesn't like being tied down. Short and looking to work this away, looking for an appeal, but easily going down the leg side, I think. And having a quick look was Sandeep Gondalekar, but deciding that that one was not going to be anywhere close. And again, from our vantage point, always looks like it's slipping down leg. Left armer bowling between the umpire and the stumps. Bowling to Satyapal Chabra. Another dot ball, couple of dot balls after the single to Humayun Bashir. And all of a sudden, the deeper that this game gets, the more you might be able to realize that the formula for winning this is pretty straightforward. You know, taking the weather out of the equation, doing what they're doing right now would certainly be enough. Just tap the ball into the gaps and run. And that's all that you need to do. 63 for 5 with one ball remaining in the 18th. And you have to say that this partnership has not scored. There's not been a lot of runs scored in this partnership so far. But it certainly has helped to take the wind out of the sails. At least that's the way it's felt. Taking the wind out of the sails of the Panthers. And that is defended into that short mid-wicket area by Humayun Bashir. That is the end of 18. 63 for 5. Sixty-three for 5, and Kuldeep Patel to continue. Oh, looking to force that off the back foot is Chabra. He has now faced 51 deliveries, and he still has 8 runs against his name, not yet into double figures. And Kuldeep Patel rightly keeping the pressure on, keeping most of the fielders inside the circle. But these are free sighters, though, that he's giving him outside the off stump. You have to make him play. .92 more runs remaining. Floats this one up and defend or retrieve that short extra cover for no run. So 3 consecutive dots to start this, the 19th over. 92 runs on the board. Make that 92 runs remaining. Another 92 runs needed. That's short and outside off and immediately signaled as wide by umpire Jatin Karvir. Satyapal Chabra 8 from 50. Make that 53. Humayun Bashir 14 from 15. Score is 64 for 5, and even though they've only gotten 64 runs, they are actually ahead of the rate that the Stallions were, that the Panthers were when they batted. So as of this stage in the first innings, the Panthers had 55 runs on the board. So you're about 9 runs ahead of the pace. And this is stroked to mid-off. That is going to be another dot ball. And just 1 ball remaining now into the 19th over. So another 26 remaining, 156 balls. With that last dot ball, 156 more runs to go. Make that 156 balls to go. 91 more runs to get. Arpan Matele has bowled 5 overs, none for 22 are his figures. Economy rate of 4.4. And now he is bowling to Humayun Bashir. Left arm around the wicket, floated up, and Bashir crashing it into the covers. Good clean pick up there in the covers for no run. Next delivery. Oh, struck on the pad and given. Humayun Bashir stepping forward, but missing the line of the ball and struck in front. We are again at an angle, so I don't know whether or not how adjacent that was, but clearly umpire Sandeep Gondalekar considering it for maybe a split second, but immediately putting that finger up. Here we see on the replay from around the wicket, speared in. Yeah, we're kind of shielded there from that angle because Patrick Winchester, the keeper, is in the way, so we're not able to see cleanly. Humayun Bashir well forward, very well forward, but hit low on that front pad. That was probably a foot below the knee roll, so I don't know that height would have been an issue. Certainly would have been something to consider for the umpire, but getting forward alone does not necessarily insulate you against being given LBW. If the umpire thinks it's straight enough, and even if you're far forward, if it's low enough on the pad that he thinks that it could possibly have bounced or would not possibly have bounced over the top, then the umpire has every right to adjudge you to be out. Again, if he's sure that it's going to be hitting. And sometimes the misconception is if you reach forward, then you can't be given out LBW, which is not exactly accurate. And in that instance, the umpire Sandeep Gondalekar not really thinking a very long time, maybe just a quick think, but then immediately raising that finger. So Humayun Bashir goes, and the match turns on its head here because we said earlier on, at least it was Mustafa Hemani who was saying that if Humayun gets out within the next 20 runs, I think it was, he said, and that was about 20 runs ago. So does that mean that things have changed and swung back in the direction of the Panthers defending this relatively small target? Ooh, that will only be decided now because Nasru Momin is at strike or on strike. The one Round Rock Cricket Club representative replacing another. Nasru Momin, right-hander rather, now facing up to Matele, looking to cut this away, and tell you what, that under edge took it off of the bottom edge towards the stumps. That did not, luckily for him, disturb the furniture, but it very easily could have. Next delivery floated up, and this gets past the keeper, Patrick Winchester. Signal is wide. Matele, his first wicket is a big one, the big wicket of Humayun Bashir. And so only four wickets remaining. And a little bit of pressure being put on now as the fielder's coming a little closer. And just for a split second, thought about running. But that opportunity was immediately lost. So 3 deliveries bowled. Make that 4 deliveries bowled in the 20th over. The score is 65 for 6. Struck on the pad, thinking about it. Everybody peeling, not out. Sandeep Gondalekar thinking about this one a little bit longer this time, and then deciding ultimately that was not going to be out. But Nasru Momin is under a bit of pressure here. We see the replay coming up. Couldn't tell from that angle. He was certain. He immediately raised the bat, though. Got an inside edge onto the bat. That's what saved him, because from our angle, it looked like it would at least be close. But Nasru Momin immediately raising the bats, indicating to the umpire that it was an inside edge. So a big wicket falling in that over. Humayun Bashir being dismissed. by Arpan Matele. Humayun Bashir ending up, even though he does, I think, have the highest score. He has ended up with 14, make that the second highest score. 14 from 17, but his dismissal means that effectively you're almost into the tail at this point. And 65 for 6 is the score after 20 overs. Another 25 in theory. You would think that the job now is to stretch this game as long as possible. But with only 4 wickets in hand, I don't know how much longer that can happen. 65 for 6, and this will be Kuldeep Patel, captain, taking up the ball or taking up the attack from the Massey Ranch Road end once again. 3 overs, none for 4. Arpan Matele now with 6 overs bowled. This next ball is stroked. Oh, past the bowler himself, but mid-off is able to clean up for no run. And so, just as in the first innings, the spinners are doing a lot of work at this stage of the innings. That's played into the covers. In fact, sweeper coming off the boundary on the offside. Just one. Everyone sneaking in. That sweeper coming off the boundary rope and into the circle. And reaching forward. Nasru Momin now 5 deliveries faced. Has not yet gotten off the mark. This next ball defended. 66 for 6. So those numbers typically tend to spell doom if you're superstitious. 2 balls remaining in the 21st over. Satyapal Chabra 9 from 58. Very full. Yorker length. Defended into the offside. Nasru Momin still not off the mark. And just one more delivery left in the 21st. Everyone inside the circle. Full attack here, and this is driven back to the bowler himself. Kuldeep Patel cleans up for no run, so that is just 1 run coming from the over. 66 for 6. Another 89 runs needed from 144 balls faced. And that's the end of the over. We'll be right back. Arpan Matele continuing into his 7th over now. Floats this one up there and it's driven past the bowler to short, mid-off for no run. Next delivery. Forcing it off the back foot. That should be a single. The throw coming into the non-striker's end. Every single brings you closer to the target. That might sound counterintuitive, but it's evidence that you don't have to sit there and be tied down, because each time that you get a single, you get a little bit closer to what really is an undercooked target. It really should have been an undercooked target. So a very long way to go, but boy, you really do need to keep scoring runs. Satyapal Chabra now 10 from 60. Nasru Momin, none from 9 faced. Still not off the mark. Next delivery clipped around the corner, but that is there's coverage right at that backward square leg area. So yet another dot ball. You're 88 runs away. You need to be scoring at the rate of 3.77. So watch, even though it's not a huge number, that required rate is continuing to sneak upward. You're helped by that required rate by that wide ball just now, sneaking down the leg side. So still another 2 balls to come as umpire Sandeep Gandalekar signals to Jatin Carver. Oh, struck in the air. You almost had a catch there just to the left. Make that the right of Zubair Hussain. And just for a split second, I thought he was in with a chance for a catch there. But that does mean that Nasru Momin is off the mark. And this is Chabra back on strike. And that's defended in front of the stumps. That is no run. And that is the end of the 22nd over. 22 bowled. We're almost halfway through the innings. The official halfway point of the innings is 3 deliveries into the next over. So in terms of time, in terms of the number of deliveries remaining, you're starting out the match 270 deliveries, 45 overs. At the next 3 deliveries, there will be 135 left. But something tells me that you will either get to 10 wickets if you are the Panthers, or 155 runs if you are you're the Stallions, before you get to 135 more balls. Kuldeep Patel back into the attack, starting his 5th over, only conceding 5 runs so far. And he is bowling to Nasru Momin. In the air, doesn't quite carry, boy. It was in the air for a long time. Nasru Momin getting that one a little bit more aerially than he was planning. But luckily for him, the ball got down before backward square leg. I think that's Mike back to backward square leg before he had the chance to get to it. Going down the leg side this time, and that may have just hit the pad, running down close to the boundary. Oh, he's given him. Oh, my goodness. He raised the finger. He took a really long time. Umpire Jatin Carver thought about it for a good 5 seconds and eventually raised the finger to give the wicket. So here we see, looking up, thinking about it, and there's the slow finger of death. Boy, you talk about a slow finger of death. He takes a really long time not only to make the decision, but to raise his finger. And he took a good 4 seconds to make the decision, and then another 4 seconds to raise his finger. But unfortunately, that is the end of Nasru Momin. The 7th wicket goes down. Consecutive Round Rock Cricket Club members are dismissed. And all of a sudden, we're only 3 wickets away from the Panthers pulling off what I believe would be a really surprising victory, given the relatively paltry total that they came with with the bat. Now coming out to join Chabra at the crease is going to be the man from Guyana, Donald Boudou. So there are 2 West Indians who have featured in this innings, in this match. Everyone else who is playing in this match, the other 20 individuals, are all from somewhere in South Asia, whether India or Pakistan, mostly. Possibly 1 or 2 other people, maybe from Bangladesh or Sri Lanka. But there are 2 West Indians in this match. And those 2 West Indians are the man from Trinidad and Tobago with the gloves on. That is Patrick Winchester behind the stumps. And then now the man who is coming to the wicket from the land that produced Carl Hooper, Sir Clive Lloyd, and Rian King, my favorite of all time, Alvin Kalicharan, Rohan Kanai, and a bunch of other names that just roll off the tongue. Guyana is one of those places in the world that has produced just the best cricketers who've ever graced the sport with their presence. Donald Bodu is now coming to the wicket, and he's going to be asked, I think, to stay with Satyapal Chabra, even though he could come in and just play a brutal Clive Lloyd or Carl Hooper like innings and get this match over with in about 5 overs. So a little bit of discussion going on between Captain Kuldeep Patel and umpire Jatin Karvir. Interestingly, a very very offensive field, very attacking field was being set by Kuldeep Patel up until the point that Donald Bodu came to the wicket, and now immediately there is a deep mid wicket at Zubair Hussain. Then Faraz is down here at long on in front of us, so he's expecting Donald Bodu to hit big. Outside off, looking to fish outside the off stump, not finding any success. Donald Bodu. Slow, and it's lofted in the air. It's not going to take it, get it all the way down here to long on, but I see exactly why they set that field, because the second delivery that Donald Bodu found, he wanted to loft it down the ground in that same area. And it's definitely a plan, because as soon as Donald Bodu comes off of strike, they immediately, Kuldeep Patel brings those two fielders at deep mid-wicket and long on back inside the circle. So I suspect that you'll see that exact field for the rest of time that Donald Bodu is at the crease, because they're expecting him to hit big. In the meantime, back to Satyapal Chabra. This is outside line of off. Left alone, and that is the end of the over. So Kuldeep Patel with another successful over. And in fact, we're more than halfway through the innings now. 7 wickets down, and the score is 70 for 7. We'll be right back. This is Arpan Matela continuing, left arm around the wicket, now bowling to Donald Bodu. Reaching forward and defending this one down the wicket for no run. Next delivery from around the wicket again. Left armer tries to force it away off the back foot, Bodu, and not able to make contact. Scored 1 run so far, and he's faced 4 deliveries. And once again, you have those two fielders in the deep. Appeal for LBW and given. No, is he not giving him? That arm, I thought for a split second was coming up, but that was not umpire Gondeleker's way of signaling a wicket. Now a big swipe and a miss this time by Bodu. And he's not going to die wandering. And once again, you have those fielders deep mid-wicket and long on. So you're definitely expecting him to hit in that area. Next delivery from around the wicket. Tossed up and again going for that same shot. Missing out. Definitely looking to test how far in that direction between long on and mid wicket he can hit the ball. Here's the last ball going in that direction. Appeal. And boy, again, just starting to raise that finger was umpire Gondaleker, and then turns out that he was just raising his hand to check his, I'm assuming his clicker. So that is the end of the over. A maiden over bowl to Donald Bodu. He's faced 8 deliveries, only scored 1 run. Satyapal Chhabra, who will now be on strike, 10 overs or 10 runs scored from 62 balls faced. The score is 70 for 7 after 24. 126 balls remaining. And we're certainly more than halfway through by any metric. It's just a matter of who is going to finish it first, the bowling side or the batting side. Kuldeep Patel to continue. 5 overs bowled, 1 for 6, very economical, as he typically is. Now bowling to Chhabra. There's a slip in position. Going big. That clears the infield, and in fact, 1 bounce and goes for 4. So Satyapal Chhabra, 10 from 62, with everyone inside the circle, with the exception of a sweeper on the offside. But he plants the front foot and goes big over the onside. So look at this. Floated up there and just reaching over and slamming that one, dragging it wide. So even if had there been a conventional long on fielder in position, it still would have been wide of him. Now I like the fact that Kuldeep Patel has kept the field up. You still have that one sweeper on the offside on the boundary, but everyone else is inside the circle, asking him to do the same thing again, pushing this one through a little bit more quickly, and it is defended into the offside for no run. So 81 more runs needed. Coming forward and smothering whatever turn there might have been on that. Now keep an eye on the required rate. Sneaking upward, it is now up to 3.95. And I would think that the next target, if you are the Stallions, is to make sure that you have more runs than the target. What I mean by that is, as of right now, they need another, with that single, 80 runs. And their score is 75. So when there are less runs required than your current score, that again is another psychological barrier, another psychological hurdle that you can cross. For now, you're just sort of looking to make sure that you don't lose any more wickets. And then again, all of a sudden you've dropped back. Once again, long on and long off have dropped back because of Donald Bodu, in addition to deep mid-wicket. And that's defended into the offside for no run. 1 ball remaining. Or is that the over? Should be 1 ball remaining. In the air. That might be catchable. Under it and taken easily. That is a really, really well-judged catch by Saeed Shafiq. And he throws the ball in the air in celebration. So Donald Bodu did exactly what they were expecting him to do. That ball was there to be hit. He sort of sliced it, though. Didn't hit it cleanly. And it came off the outer half of the bat. Stayed in the air for a long time, but it was well judged by his side, Shafiq Ali, and settles underneath it, takes a pretty straightforward catch. So that is the 8th wicket down. All of a sudden, we are 2 deliveries away from this match potentially being finished. Still another long, long way to go. You still have more runs to get than the current score. Current score is 80 or 75. You still need another 80 runs. The big problem there is that you're 8 wickets down if you are the Dallas Stallions. So as of now, there is just going to be a bit of an issue because, first of all, the batter making his way out to the crease is Vishal Sharma. And Vishal Sharma coming in 10 down, and the only person behind him, I believe, is going to be King Willie himself, William Salmon. And I'm going to assume if there were not any switches in the batting order, there's, in this format of cricket, you're not as restrictive in terms of who gets the bat and who doesn't. But if it goes as expected, I believe that it will be William Salmon who comes in at number 11. But on top of all of that, the man with the hand or the ball in his hand, Arpan Matele, who's bowled very well so far, he now has, this is his last over that he's about to bowl. He's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 26. Economically, he's bowled really well, 3.3 runs and over, but his biggest impact so far is the dismissal of Humayun Bashir. And that one wicket, I think, changed the course of the rest of this match. Because if Humayun Bashir remained at the wicket, then you always thought that there was going to be a chance that they could bat all the way through Dallas and win this. But with his dismissal came a raft of other dismissals, and all of a sudden we're 2 deliveries away from this match being finished. So Vishal Sharma is on strike, and Satyapal Chabra, actually, my apologies, it will be Satyapal Chabra who is on strike, Vishal Sharma at the non-striker's end. And once again, another delay. It may again be an issue with the shape of the ball. That was what caused the first delay earlier in this match after the 13 over mark. And now you see both umpires having a good hard look at that ball. They seem, at least for the moment, to be satisfied with its condition, at least satisfied enough to be able to continue. So this will be, again, Arpan Matele. He's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 26. And he will be coming in to bowl to Satyapal Chabra. Chabra 15 from 66. Vishal Sharma at the other end has not yet faced the ball. This is stroked down the ground. This should just be a single. That is Mike Bakhta coming in off the ropes down there at long off. And now Vishal Sharma will be facing his first ball. Next delivery. Off the back foot, looking to force it off the back foot, and he inside edges it. Did that hit the stumps? It did hit the stumps, and he is dismissed. So I was shielded for a second and was not able to see the action live, but that inside edge did trickle onto the stumps, and so the 9th wicket goes down. And all of a sudden, you are 1 delivery away from this match being finished. Ladies and gentlemen, here we see on the replay. Maybe I should just watch the screen itself instead of trying to see the action live. From around the wicket, floated up there off the back foot and chopping it onto the stumps. You could easily see the off stump there being rearranged. Very little reaction from Patrick Winchester. So that in and of itself tells you that, in fact, it hit the middle stump. So that tells you that everyone is sort of already accepting what the result of this match is. Just another one wicket remaining, and that is, in fact, I believe, no, it's actually Imran Ashraf who's coming to the wicket. So split second there, I thought it would have been William Simon, King Willie, but it's actually the figure of Imran Ashraf, the wicketkeeper batter, who is going to be coming in now and being asked to hold off the South Panthers team for as long as possible. But at this stage, I think the writing is on the wall for the Dallas Stallions, as only one wicket separates the South Panthers from victory in this, the first match being covered here of the overs, all the over 50 regionals 2023, sponsored by eClinical Works and iSpace. One fielder in the deep, make that two fielders in the deep. There's a long on and there's a sweeper on the offside about halfway to the boundary. Very full, and he knocked him over, and that is the end of the match, ladies and gentlemen. Would you believe it? With a target of 155, which I thought was always going to be low, the Dallas Stallions capitulate meekly for 76 runs, full and straight right through the gap, and knocks over Imran Ashraf, and that is the end of the match. So let's just go through the total scorecard as quickly as we can, bearing in mind that the Dallas Stallions won the toss and decided to bowl first. And when they bowled, in fact, before we do that, let's just look at this replay. From around the wicket, left arm angled in, tossed up, and he was trapped on the crease, did not move that foot forward. Look at this. You'll see a better view here. Look at the front foot. Just a little shuffle, but doesn't really go anywhere. And it gets right through the defenses. So that is the end of Mr. Sharma. Make that Mr. Ashraf. And that is the end of the Dallas Stallions. So the full scorecard. Panthers inserted to bat by the Stallions, led by Mustafa Himani, 51 from 61. And Syed Shafiq Ali, 17 from 50. Rafiq Hazi, 13 from 46. And Jam Ali, 11 from 29. Those are the only four batters who were in double figures. Bowling led by Humayun Bashir, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 28. Ably supported by Farhan Hamid, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 20. But when it came time for Dallas to chase, the wheels came off essentially almost immediately. Syed Chan was 5 from 8 with 1 4. Farhan Hamid 16 from 20 with 2 4s. Then Mohsin Khan 2. Suhasnek 2. Purathil Krishnan 1. Satyapal Chabra stuck around for a really long time but only scored 16. Humayun Bashir 14 from 17. Nasru Momin 1 from 14. Donald Budu 1 from 10. And then Vishal Sharma and Imran Ashraf both bowled by Arpan Matele without scoring. And so 76 runs is all they could muster. The wickets shared by Karim Ghulam Hussain, 3 for 17 from his 6 overs. Arpan Matele, 3 overs, or make that 8.3 overs, 3 for 27. And Amir Khan, 4 overs, 2 for 16. Kuldeep Patel, 6 overs, 2 for 11. So that is the end of the match. Pretty straightforward victory in the end for the South Panthers. They take victory by the small matter of 78 runs over the Dallas Stallions. So we'll sign off here for the moment from the wonderful MOOSA Cricket Stadium in Pearland, Texas. Do join us tomorrow morning for more coverage of this tournament. Again, this is the Over 50 Regionals 2023, sponsored by eClinical Works and iSpace. Happy to have been with you today to bring you the action. Do join us tomorrow, and we'll see you then. Goodbye.